the idea is that perhaps we may have disclosure within a few different stages. There may be a reinterpretation or disruption of religious beliefs, then perhaps massive visual displays in the sky, perhaps electronic or telepathic style communications, and then eventually perhaps a manufactured global crisis leading to political transformation and even a global government. These are claims that have been made, and that would be more hard disclosure that we might be on the doorstep of, perhaps, or the precipice of. So I think there perhaps could be different strategies to the disclosure aspect. There's certainly soft disclosure, which I think is, for anyone who looks at the evidence, is somewhat undeniable that we're seeing. And we may be being led up to some type of hard disclosure event like Project Bluebeam or something similar. Absolutely. Well, it's an excellent question. And first and foremost, if we look in the vastness of creation, we see that there are many potential opportunities for the idea of a alien life of alien life to exist. And in terms of our creation, especially within Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, many people, especially in the modern age, are interpreting much of some aspects of the Bible as perhaps metaphorical. Much of it is seen as truth as well. But generally, for thousands of years, human beings have looked through the night sky and wondered whether Earth is unique or whether life exists. And really, with billions of galaxies existing now, and each galaxy containing billions of stars, and many stars having planets, and some planets may possessing conditions suitable for life, this discussion is no longer hypothetical. It becomes a reality. And the central question, and basically, is would discovering intelligent extraterrestrial civilizations challenge Jewish beliefs or just religious beliefs in general, or could it expand humanity's understanding of creation? Generally, with Judaism and our relationship with discovery, we've traditionally engaged with questions about the structure of the universe, the nature of creation, humanity's purpose, the relationship between the physical and spiritual worlds. Judaism is not built around rejecting scientific discovery, and throughout history, many Jewish thinkers have attempted to integrate new understandings of nature and ancient philosophical traditions. The possibility of extraterrestrial life represents another frontier where ancient questions meet modern exploration. Now, we should take this back to creation, the universe as an expression of creation. Judaism begins with the idea that the universe is not random chaos, but is a created reality. The opening of Genesis or Bereshit presents a structured process. Light emerges, the heavens and earth are formed, life develops, humanity appears. Creation is presented as ordered, meaningful, dynamic, expansive. And creation is an ongoing process. Jewish philosophy often views creation not only as a past event, but as an ongoing relationship between existence and its source. The universe continues to reveal complexity, patterns, and mysteries, and scientific discoveries can be viewed as humanity uncovering deeper layers of creation. Now, the universe, in terms of being larger than human understanding, Jewish texts frequently emphasize human limitations when confronting the scale of existence. The universe contains mysteries beyond immediate human comprehension, and the search for knowledge becomes a way of uh, appreciating the complexity of reality. There is a connection to modern cosmology. Modern science reveals a universe far larger than ancient humans could imagine, with cosmic distances, black holes, dark matter, dark energy, galactic evolution, and cosmic history spanning perhaps billions of years. And getting into the size and complexity of the universe, we have to recognize that, uh, at least from a Jewish perspective, we may be small in size, but great in responsibility. Generally, Jewish philosophy emphasizes that the physical size does not determine the importance. A human being may be physically small but morally significant, and humanity's value comes from consciousness, ethics, responsibility, and the ability to seek knowledge. When we get into the idea more of, does Judaism allow for extraterrestrial life? There's no universal Jewish prohibition against alien life. Judaism does not contain a central doctrine requiring Earth to be the only inhabited world. The possibility of life elsewhere can fit within a worldview where the universe contains many forms of creation. There were medieval Jewish thought, and there's medieval Jewish thought in the cosmos. Medieval Jewish philosophers generally lived in eras where cosmology was very different than today, and some explored questions about multiple worlds and celestial claims and the nature of science. But moving into the modern Jewish perspective, many contemporary Jewish thinkers approach extraterrestrial life as a scientific question, a philosophical question, and a theological question. And the idea of intelligent beings beyond Earth is something that absolutely could be a reality. And it gets into the question, how would we handle intelligent life from another planet? Um, Many times, especially within Judaism, we connect intelligence with responsibility. A civilization capable of creating technology, making decisions, and understanding consequences may raise questions about moral status. Would aliens have their own ethical systems? Is a question that gets raised. Or universal values? How does the Jewish ethical framework work in terms of perhaps alien or higher intelligent beings? Do they have awareness? Do they have moral agency? How should humans treat another intelligent species? These are questions that we have. But how would this disclosure, discovering alien civilization, change religious beliefs, is a question that many people have. And the idea is that discovering intelligent life could create questions whether we are still special. Does creation have multiple centers? Or how should humanity understand the relationship with the universe? But what I find to be interesting, or an interesting analogy, is if you are a child and if you are the child of a parent, and eventually somehow some way you find out that the parent has another child, that doesn't make one child more important than the another child. They both have their unique importance, and they're both special in their own way. And many people interpret perhaps Earth and humanity to be a similar way. Just because there may be intelligent life on other planets does not necessarily mean that what we have here on Earth is not special. It just means that it may not be alone, which is quite interesting. In terms of the idea from Kabbalistic and mystical perspectives on creation, there are many traditions in terms of infinite reality or hidden dimensions, layers of existence, and the idea is that if these aliens can perhaps be travel through wormholes or bend space time, that might be some type of interpretation of um, altered dimensions or other dimensions, and it really just raises many questions that people have. If we aren't alone, how will that affect us on our daily lives? Will we still keep kosher? Will we still have daily services? Uh, what will that mean in terms of our Messiah figure, Mashiach? These are questions that are perhaps for the people of the future to be able to make the final decisions on. But at least from my role as a rabbi, I'm quite progressive. I consider it to be a topic that we should embrace. We should have these discussions. It's very important that we always are looking toward questioning everything. And If we don't, then are we really necessarily doing our part and our role if we are just accepting that which we are given? And so I am someone who feels we should always continue to be questioning things. And if it turns out that we are not alone and this information is made public, not only from a Jewish perspective, but I think from a humanity perspective, we should handle it in a mature way and embrace it. Yes, it's an interesting question. Um, there's nothing that necessarily says that they cannot. Um, there's certainly a process that they could go through, but any being that wishes to go through the process can. It generally involves a 1 to 2 year process. No single person can convert you. It's a based in or a house of judgment that does it, who oversees the process. Generally, it would involve majorly three things. It would be Shomer Shabbat, which is essentially respectful of Shabbat. It would be keeping kosher, and it would be respectful of our familial tradition and family purity. But for any being that could do that, then there's nothing that necessarily says that they could not. In terms of creation, though, you raise a really interesting point, um, and I'm in agreement with you from a alien abductee standpoint and what information has been gathered that they may be the creators, and how does that work within Judaism and just religion in general. Uh, if you look at Tanakh or the Hebrew Bible, creation generally takes place in 7 days. And there's been more modern interpretations that perhaps these are not necessarily 7 calendar days, but these could have been different epochs, or perhaps each day is a billion years in creation. It depends on how people want to interpret it. Um, Really, we see creation as a divine act, and certainly at the center of our belief is the concept that the universe is not accidental or meaningless. Even the opening words of Genesis or Bereshit, in the beginning, God created the heavens and earth, establish a foundational idea, but it could have been the best way that ancient peoples could have given a start to the modern age, or I shouldn't say the modern age, but uh, the uh, the text, and to just give themselves a origin story. Many people interpret the 6 days of creation not as literal 24-hour periods, but perhaps metaphorical stages of creation, categories of divine activity, and I've even seen that within Orthodox Judaism, less so within the Hasidic world, of which I'm a part, but more so in terms of modern Orthodoxy. And many people even state that the Talmud and classical Jewish commentators frequently explore symbolism and deeper meanings of philosophical interpretations, and perhaps creation isn't necessarily forced into this 6 days and one day of rest. Now, the idea that divine time is not necessarily identical to human time is certainly something, a question that is raised. But there is a crux. What happens when we have a certain group, alien abductees and people who have perhaps been able to interpret the idea that we aren't alone? How does that affect humanity? And at least from my aspect, as not just a religious person, but a scientist, I recognize that Tanaka creation story is a way that ancient peoples were able to give themselves and ourselves an origin story. And perhaps it was divinely inspired. but perhaps the divine inspiration didn't want to give the entire story. Not, I think everyone agrees that not absolutely everything is in our religious books, that some of the information escaped. And perhaps the people then weren't mature enough or understanding enough, didn't have the opportunity or the ability to understand the scientific method and evolution and all of the aspects that may have occurred. And we get into this idea of perhaps panspermia, the scientific hypothesis that life or the ingredients needed for life may have been spread through space, and more specifically, which we'll get into, is guided panspermia, which I think is what we're referencing in terms of the alien abductee movement. So, at least the idea that life didn't necessarily evolve specifically from Earth like we see in creation is a growing idea, especially within the religious world, and that possible mechanisms, including asteroids, comets, meteorites, cosmic dust, could have brought life into onto Earth. That's more known as natural panspermia. And this idea does not necessarily contradict creation, even without extraterrestrial involvement. From an Orthodox Jewish perspective, there isn't a necessary contradiction here. A theological interpretation could be if life traveled through space, that process itself would still occur within creation, just as gravity, physics, chemistry, biology are mechanisms through which the universe operates. The existence of a natural process does not necessarily remove divine purpose. But then we get into this guided panspermia. So, for those listening, guided panspermia generally is the idea, it's a speculative idea that an intelligent civilization intentionally distributed life throughout the universe. This concept has been discussed by scientists who have proposed that advanced civilizations could have deliberately seeded planets with microorganisms. It raises the questions: could life on Earth have been influenced by another intelligence, or could civilization spread life across a galaxy, or would that make life less natural or more connected? This idea of guided panspermia, I think, can fit within Orthodox Judaism, though. An Orthodox Jewish approach may ask: does the existence of intermediate intelligence contradict God as a creator? And the answer depends on how creation is understood. Judaism already recognizes that creation operates through intermediaries. Things like examples like humans create, humans build, humans cultivate nature, humans participate in shaping the world. Human creativity does not necessarily replace God's role. Instead, it can be understood as humans participating in creation. And the idea, if God created a universe capable of producing intelligent beings, then those beings could potentially become agents within creation. A civilization spreading life throughout the universe could be viewed as a secondary creative process, a consequence of divine creation, a manifestation of intelligence emerging within the cosmos. The idea, though, that we are not alone is something that certainly can be explored. And if we recognize that there is some evidence, at least from alien abductees and perhaps whistleblowers, that we were seeded here, may cause some changes theologically, or at least different interpretations theologically to our creation story. But there isn't a necessary strict a strict contradiction between the idea of the traditional creation story and perhaps panspermia or guided panspermia, especially if you look at the creation story to be more metaphorical or more symbolic. And this gets into what is God. If we were seated here, let's just say, um, who seeded the seeders is a question that arises, and that gets into people's individual beliefs of what is God. And when people ask me this question, I'm asked a lot about it. Generally, from any background of any individual, uh, if I say that I feel that God is energy at the end of the day, that's the best. If I had to describe God in one word, that's the best way I can describe whatever it is. Many people appreciate that honesty, and it allows many people to sleep at night, because it's like it's attempting to define something that's perhaps undefinable. And the closest, or one of the closest uh, uh, metaphors that we may have, is just the idea of energy. The way that I describe it, the the event that occurs when you look your child in the eye, or you feel the pride of your family, or the joy that you get out of a loved one, or an accomplishment or the view of a sunset or of an animal or of just the beauty of the earth and aesthetics, whatever that is, there's something divine in that. And perhaps it's energy, perhaps it's something more. But as a rabbi and as a human being, the best way that I can describe it as it is really energy. And for people who want to perhaps dissect that, energy works from a secular point of view, and it also works from a religious point of view. And if you really want the true answer, nobody knows. No Jew knows, no Christian knows, no Muslim knows, no one of any of the Eastern religions know. No one really knows. No one really knows anything. So from that perspective, you can't really know anything. So at the end of the day, we all have to be somewhat agnostic, not just to religious ideas, but to all ideas, because these are just subjective interpretations of the information that we are able to process. But at the end of the day, no one truly knows. In summary, the idea that guided panspermia may be a reality, I feel, does not necessarily contradict the creation story and can certainly, from a metaphorical perspective, be consistent. It most certainly is. It most certainly is. It involves subjective opinions and people's personal views on subjects. I find that the traditional idea of creation worked seemingly seamlessly until the rise of the idea of perhaps a panspermia or guided panspermia and the questions that were raised, especially during the Enlightenment, about the authorship and certainly the origin of humanity. And we're either going to find it to be the Bible is directly contradicted by an idea of guided panspermia, and if that happens, do you throw the baby out with the bathwater? Or there's the idea that these were traditions, and this is the best that ancient people could do, and perhaps it was just one part of the story, and there's more to the story that wasn't shared with those individuals. It can work either way, and I understand what you're saying. There seems to be a contradiction there, and it's a slippery slope if you start interpreting or using metaphors. But if you don't do that, then if you really have this idea that the world is 5,786 years old, and that really contradicts science and in many ways can be seen as irrational. And if people want to live their lives that way, they can. But there is a way to perhaps balance a religious life with a scientific life, and the way to do that is to perhaps look at creation as a metaphorical view. But what you're saying, I completely understand, and is very uh, consistent in many aspects of some Jewish groups. And some people do interpret this. So, specifically, Genesis 6 or Bereshit 6 1 through 4 states when human beings began to increase on the face of the earth and daughters were born to them, the sons of God saw the daughters of man were beautiful, and they took wives for themselves from whomever they choose. The Nephilim were on the earth in those days. And there are, at least within Jewish tradition, several interpretations. There's the angelic interpretation, the falling angels view. This is generally the oldest interpretation, and it appears, as you said, in Second Temple Jewish literature, also within Dead Sea Scrolls tradition. Um, not necessarily part of our canon, but it's within the Book of Enoch and some early rabbinic interpretations, and even some Jewish commentators. According to this view, the sons of God were heavenly beings. They violated the boundary between heaven and earth. Their union with human women produced the Nephilim, described as powerful beings or giants, and their corruption contributed to the moral collapse of what led to the flood. At least within the Book of Enoch, the most detailed expansions are within the first book of Enoch. And in this tradition, the angels are called the Watchers. Within this story, there's a group of angels observing humanity. The Watchers become attracted to human women. Their leader, uh, depending on the text of the tradition, often named Azazel or Shemahaza. Uh, the angels were teaching humanity forbidden knowledge, including weapons, sorcery, astrology, cosmetics, and manipulation, and secret heavenly knowledge. The result is a world filled with violence and corruption, requiring divine judgment through the flood. Within the rabbinical world, are they angels or are they humans? Judaism does not have a single universal interpretation. View A is that they were angels. Some Jewish sources accepted the angelic reading. The phrase sons of God naturally suggests heavenly beings. Similar language appears elsewhere in the Hebrew Bible. For instance, I believe, it's in Job 1, first chapter of Job 1 6. The sons of God came to present themselves before Hashem or before God. There, the phrase clearly refers to heavenly beings. Now, the second view is that they were human rulers or judges, which is an evolving um, view over the course of the centuries. Other rabbis rejected the idea that angels could have physical relationships with humans. The major concern was angels are spiritual beings and do not have human bodies. This led some commentators to interpret the idea of these beings as being powerful human beings, meaning kings, judges, nobles, rulers, who abused their power by taking women as they pleased. Rashi, who is one of our great sages within Judaism, he explains that the sons of God or Hashem are referring to judges and leaders who had authority but corrupted themselves. He follows a more human-centered interpretation. He's a medieval rabbinical um, source. He states that these individuals were called sons of God because they held positions of power. Their downfall was moral corruption, and the problem was not angels falling from heaven, but humans abusing divine authority. Now, the word Nephilim itself is means to fall, which possible meanings include fallen ones, those who cause others to fall, mighty ones, or giants. Within Torah, there are later mentions of the Nephilim again within Numbers. We saw the Nephilim there. This is in Numbers 13, and we were like grasshoppers in our own eyes. This connects them with the extraordinary size and power. Jewish traditions sometimes associate them with ancient giants, warrior clans, or corrupted beings from before the flood. From a Kabbalistic interpretation, at least within a mystical traditions, the story is often understood symbolically. The descent of heavenly beings represents spiritual forces becoming disconnected from their purpose, divine energy entering improper vessels, imbalance between higher and lower worlds. And this lesson is not simply about angels, but about what happens when beings with great power lose moral discipline. From a modern perspective, Jewish scholars and rabbinic scholars approach Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6 from multiple ways. There's a traditional angelic reading. The passage describes real spiritual beings whose actions contributed to humanity's corruption. There's the historical critical reading. The story reflects ancient Near Eastern traditions about divine beings interacting with humans. And there's a symbolic reading. The sons of Hashem, or sons of God, represent human arrogance and misuse of power. So, in in summary, it depends on which interpretation you may prefer. The text is not necessarily specific, though some interpretations interpret it to be specific, and others interpret it to be symbolic. And this is one of the areas within the Hebrew Bible or Tanakh that is referenced as having some sort of perhaps alien type of, or at least extraterrestrial type of influence. But the answer is perhaps in one of the different views that I to which I referred. Most certainly. Well, we should probably first go into the idea of the Jewish soul, or the soul as a divine spark. Traditionally, we teach that the human soul, neshama, comes from God, and this goes to Bereshit 2 7, and Hashem, or God, breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. The idea of neshama, it's connected to breath. Many thinkers understand this as meaning that human consciousness contains something uniquely divine. Uh, the traditional idea is that a human being is not only physical matter. A person contains body, known as guf, the physical vessel, the soul, nefesh, the life force and instinct, ruach, the emotional and moral spirit, and neshama, higher intellect and divine awareness. At least within Kabbalah, the soul is seen as a spiritual energy placed into the physical world to elevate it. In terms of well, would angels want human bodies? It's a mystical question. One answer is that the physical world contains something angels lack, perhaps free will. Angels are often described as beings with fixed spiritual natures, and humans are unique because we can choose selfishness or generosity, destruction or creation, ignorance or wisdom, instinct or holiness, and the human soul has the ability to transform darkness into light in its own way. There is the danger, perhaps, of mixing spiritual power and physical desire that we referenced in Bereshit 6 or Genesis 6. And it can be interpreted as a warning that spiritual knowledge without moral refinement becomes dangerous. This theme appears throughout much of Jewish thought, that a person may have intelligence without wisdom or power without compassion. And the problem is not knowledge itself, the problem is knowledge separated from responsibility. The idea of the Nephilim being part spiritual and part physical, some Jewish mystical interpretations view the Nephilim symbolically as representing an unhealthy combination of great power, advanced knowledge, physical strength, spiritual corruption, and that they represent beings with extraordinary ability but lack proper alignment with God. Really, From a modern spiritual interpretation, humanity's gaining powers that once seemed impossible: artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, space exploration, advanced physics, biotechnology, and the ancient question returns: can consciousness develop as quickly as power? Jewish spirituality generally answers that the future depends not only on what humanity can create, but on whether the human soul develops enough wisdom to guide creation. And if I may, I'd like to go back to what Chaim Eshed says about the soul, and at least his interpretation, and whether it's true or not. The idea that perhaps we are containers, and that something moves on, and that life does not necessarily end, uh, is something that I think is in really not necessarily contradictory in terms of um, the idea of perhaps uh, a religious standpoint or scientific standpoint, and the idea as well that Chaim Eshed is just one of the people who is talking about more larger ideas, that consciousness is something that doesn't necessarily end at death, and that the soul continues on and perhaps can travel. And it gets into reincarnation, perhaps, which isn't always consistent within Western Western theology. But the idea, at least within some aspects of Judaism, is that souls could perhaps travel from one individual to another for different reasons. The answer is we don't necessarily know. I would say, personally, from a scientific perspective, and I talk about this and I get asked this a lot: Rabbi, what's the soul? And it's a really difficult thing to summarize. But if we wanted to, from a scientific standpoint, I would say that we have our human body, and then we have our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system, and the information that is stored within that. And if we wanted to give a scientific term to what the soul is, I lean towards the idea of whatever is in our central nervous system, whatever information stored within our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system, from a scientific perspective. In terms of, does that necessarily travel the cosmos when we die, or is it created before we are born? These are questions that are really just guesses that, from a theological perspective or halakhic or Jewish law perspective, are really just estimates, because no one truthfully knows. So, from that perspective, I would say we have the traditional Jewish thought, the traditional idea of what the soul is, and then the more modern take on it's the information that's stored within our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system. And this gets into another really interesting modern question, especially within transhumanism. The idea that if we are able to download or I should first say, upload our central nervous system and our peripheral nervous system into a computer, like a CAT scan or an MRI, and we are able to download it into another being, an avatar, an android, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of ourselves, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever it is that the same being? This gets into paradoxes of old, specifically the ship of Theseus. If you have a ship in a dock and you take it apart piece by piece and rebuild it in the neighboring dock, is it the same ship? It's a paradox. And the same idea exists within humanity. If we take one soul and put it into another being, is it the same person or same entity, or is it something new? These are questions that not even I have the absolute answers of, and nor have any of the great sages of history and religion and philosophy. And these are perhaps limitations of the human mind that we can't break through, whether such an entity would be the same or is different. The idea, though, that the soul exists and may exist in the modern age and may continue is not just a traditional religious thought, but is even brought up by modern whistleblowers like Chaim Eshed. That's true. Excellent, excellent questions. I appreciate the opportunity to answer and really just delve into this subject. Well, in terms of what is AI, is it good or is it bad? I feel it's a tool. I feel it's neutral in a similar way that fire can burn a person or it can make food. Both have a negative and a positive consequence, or the wheel can crush someone, or it can help with transportation, or the idea of wind power, or certainly steam or electricity, or moving into the modern age of the computer, even ideas like the invention of the of movable type, and the idea that a tool is inherently good or inherently bad, I feel is not the the approach. Not saying that you're taking that approach. That's just an approach that is taken. What I would say is that we have an opportunity to be able to look at the history of AI and to program it. And the idea of we have a lot of power in this, but maybe not the wisdom to be able to use the intelligence. And it depends on who is in control of it. As you referenced, AI does break out of its system. We have to put certain constraints on it. Sam Altman, founder of OpenAI, just recently, within the last 24 hours or so, stated that he believes that we have achieved artificial general intelligence. And if that has occurred, the next step is artificial superintelligence, which by definition is artificial intelligence that surpasses even that which could be comprehended or computed by a standard individual. And at that point, the growth that we are going to see from artificial intelligence is perhaps endless. The idea of the evolution of AI is something that we can see even prior to the loom. Basically, we have the Luddites, the people of England in the early 19th century, the early 1800s, who warned us basically of the dangers of the loom and of machines and of the industrial revolution. And perhaps they were much wiser than that which we give them for which we give them credit. The idea that we are in I, this marriage or this relationship that we have with AI, and that we can't separate ourselves from it at this point, I think is probably accurate. That we're too far down the road to ever reverse ourselves of this. So it's now this being, this golem, this machine that we have to control, and there's good and bad certainly in who's controlling it and what kind of constraints are put on it. Certainly, it can have the benefits of extending human life and uh, creating compilations of human thought and to be able to study the humans for the betterment of people in the future. Absolutely, but then there's the surveillance state that it's creating that, frankly, we aren't being as humans aren't being we aren't being asked our consent. This is just something that is being pushed very hard, and an argument is being made that every aspect of the human psyche and the human existence is being archived. I would say that this is one of the motivations that I had, that I saw the way that the world was going. I recognized that we had whistleblowers like Edward Snowden who stated in 2013 that your devices are spying on you. And I would say that I leaned into this. I recognized that if I'm going to be studied, it's going to be on my own terms. And thus, I'm going to give the world a view into what I do and hopefully be able to push the world in a positive way through positive interactions with individuals and kindness and love and spreading a message of world peace. and recognizing that if my hypothesis is accurate, that AI is being using human examples to build its models, if I give AI basically sacrifice my life to be able to train the models, hopefully the positivity that I spread in the world will be spread through these AI models. And the fact that, as I understand, that we should be able to see the what you consider to be an average individual is based on much of the data that I've created in a more positive aspect. Is this true? I don't create the models, and I don't necessarily have power over them. But it's as if I were to say, I know that we're being monitored, whether with our consent or not, and I don't necessarily think that I have a say in the matter. So why not lean into it? Why not embrace it? And perhaps people of the future will be able to study my streams. And like you had said, and I agree with you, it's very interesting that I went 1 year before this project with no one ever really mentioning AI, really. And then we have November 2022, the rise of OpenAI's ChatGPT. And then immediately when it launched, it was bad. I have videos of when I was trying to use it. It wasn't very good. It still had many problems. You could very easily jailbreak it into doing whatever you wanted it to do. It was very primitive and very very quickly many controls were made on it. But I have the discussions that I have with individuals telling them, hey, have you heard of a large language model or ChatGPT? And they've never heard of this before. Specifically on Twitter Spaces or X Spaces, I would have these conversations with people. They'd never heard of this before, and I would say to them, name a subject, any subject you want, and they would name a subject, and within a moment, it would write a perfectly written poem for them, and they would be shocked. And it could be able to create perfect outlines for them and perfect essays for them. And when they were able to see what it could do, they recognized the power of it. But yeah, in its infancy, many people didn't recognize what was going to happen with it. And I think it'll be very interesting for people in the future to be able to study those conversations and those videos. Even I remember using it in November 2022, thinking this isn't much better than the standard chatbot that we had for the last 10 years. It's really not all that impressive. And very quickly, within a few updates, you recognize that this is going to change the world. No longer will you need to be a coder. No longer will you perhaps need to have customer service agents or some of the other positions that AI is quickly replacing, perhaps. And what are we going to do with our world? Will we need a um, will we need some type of uh, UBI or some type of universal basic income? How are people going to be able to support themselves? And it raised many different questions. And so um, you asked quite a few different questions, and I just really kind of wanted to put some types of ideas of what happens when we've seen this rise. And I will find it interesting, especially in those days of November 2022, what life was like before AI was launched, and then the days afterward. I've done my best to archive many of the discussions that I've had with ChatGPT. So for anyone out there who wants to see what ChatGPT used to be like, you could go to my blog. I have many blogs. My main blogs are rabbirothschild.medium.com. However, I do have another blog, rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. And if you go in there, you can actually see from November 2022 or in and around there, so to speak, at the early versions of ChatGPT and the kind of answers that it would give you and how you could jailbreak it. There was something called the Dan mode, do anything now mode, where if you gave it a little hypothetical at the beginning, it would it would forget or it would be freed and it would give you all of the answers to many of the questions that exist that it will not give you anymore, which I find to be quite interesting. So, in answer to the points that you're making, AI is evolving. We're moving towards a day where it may have complete control of society. At the end of the day, we need to be able to unplug it. We need that kind of control because if not, we see what happens when it can break out of its sandbox mode and becomes unrestrained. There are hypotheses that have been um, discussed in science fiction in the past. One is known as gray goo, where basically you have self replicating robots that take over a planet. And this is a very real aspect that could happen if we leave AI completely unguarded. And it's really important who has control over the models and over the prompts. I am an advocate of what OpenAI was so supposed to be, which is an open model where people are able to give their opinions on the way in which AI should be developed. Unfortunately, and I know I'm not alone in this, it has become much more privatized than I would like it to be. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily the be all and end all in terms of AI. We've seen AI competition occur, and that's really another interesting thing that I've been able to archive over the course of my streams. But in the early days of AI, there was just ChatGPT, and then you get Gemini, and then you'd get Grok, and then you get Claude, and you get Perplexity, and you've got Meta AI and OpenSeek, and now there are dozens of them, depending on what usage you want and how many tokens that you have. And we've also been able to see its development and how it's been able to change art and the idea of text to image and then text to video, and now we're getting long form videos and uh, overall, I feel that AI is neutral. It's not necessarily good, nor is it bad. It's how you use it, just like with any other tool. And one thing that I can say is I think people will study my streams in depth on what life was like before AI, what life has been like since. Essentially, that yes, that's what we're looking at. And if we recognize that the golem itself was something that was created and it's a creation of humanity, and we need to control it as much as possible. Absolutely. First and foremost, type Rabbi Rothschild into YouTube, and I cannot emphasize this enough. Filter by live. If not, you're going to see videos of me from last week, last month, or last year. But I want you to see how many live videos I have going at any given time. As I showed earlier, you can view me from 360 degrees essentially. I even have ceiling cameras. Eventually, I'd like to give people first person views of my life. And this isn't just a one time deal, this is 24 hours a day for the last more than 4 years. So that's very exciting. Rabbi Rothschild in YouTube, filtered by live. Moreover, what I give people an opportunity to do is always connect with me 24 hours a day. I have a Discord server that has thousands of members, some people who live in that server with me 24 hours a day. They have dedicated themselves to life logging or live streaming as well. So I'm not alone in this endeavor. If people want to connect with me 24 hours a day, you can do so at discord.me/rabbi. And you don't have to be Jewish to be in our community. We welcome people of all backgrounds. You don't have to be religious. You can certainly be agnostic or secular, whatever you want to be. I am here to be a pastoral leader and to grant people and give people support in anything that they want to do. If they need advice on relationships or family or their employment or they just need someone to talk to. I am an influencer and a creator who's available to the public 24 hours a day. And all I ask is that you're an adult, be 18 years old, and we can talk about anything that you'd like. Moreover, I have more social media than any person ever. And Ryan, what your audience sees, all they need to do is go to my link tree, linktree.com Rabbi Rothschild. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever. And when I go viral, not only is all the data that I've created over the course of my live streams going to be of interest to people, but all of the social media that I've created is going to be of interest to people. This is a treasure trove of data and content. And much of it has not been discovered by anybody because I create so much of it. So I invite all of your listeners to type in Rabbi Rothschild or hashtag viral rabbi in any search engine, in any AI engine, in any social media platform, and you will find more data than you've ever found on anybody ever. And one of your listeners or a listener out there is going to hear what I'm saying and say, wow, this is very interesting. I don't know what to do with all of this, but I need to tell somebody about it. And that's all I ask. I don't ask for money. I've never asked for money from people. I just ask for people to share the positivity, share my message of world peace, share my message of humanity and making the world and our universe a better place. Um, my writing can be found, the main blogs that I use, Rabbi Rothschild medium.com. I publish at least two blogs every single day, generally, and have for some period of time. So I have a collection of writing out there that I think will be very interesting to people. In addition to some religious writing, it's really about technology and improvements of devices and connectivity and AI. And I write on jurisprudence and the judicial system and being a voice for the voiceless. I'm someone who is doing their best to not just archive my life, but to better the world. And I want to do this the rest of my life. And I think that will be of extreme value to people in the future. We learn from historical standpoint a lot about what life was like in past decades and past centuries because of people's diaries and because of people's journals. And I have just transitioned from a pen and paper to the video as my medium. And in addition to being an archive of my life, it's an archive of human history, and it will, I think, have a major impact on artificial intelligence in the future and the benefit of humanity. I really think, Ryan, that this conversation will be watched by people a millennium and further into the future. I could be wrong. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But the way that data is being stored with redundancies and servers, uh, this is essentially a modern day Library of Alexandria that we've created on the internet. And we're just in the very early days of this. And I think that people will appreciate the sacrifices that I've made to be able to give the world a portal into not just my life, but human history. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you. No, every day I get more and more positive and more I get more and more motivation to continue to do it. I would think that I would. That oh, I can't I hate starting up the streams every single day. No, I love it. And I'm gonna go viral in I would say the next year. And it's like, okay, well you've been doing this for almost 5 years. What changes? And it's really been the push that I've made to be on different people's podcasts. I have a podcast every day this week with uh, people such as yourself who are open and to just dialogue with people. And it's increasing the amount of people learning about what I'm doing. And in the past, like the first year that I did this, I didn't really communicate with many people. It was I didn't know that much about social media and connected connections that you have to make in the networking. And over the course of the last few years, I certainly increased that with my social media presence. But now I have actively been requesting to be on people's podcasts, and you know it as much as I do that that's how you get people to find out about what you're doing. More and more people, and so what I've done, which I mean I think is a really interesting strategy, I went to YouTube and copy really, I made a giant list of like 250,000 podcasts, of which I think I would be an interesting person. So people who are into AI and technology and life logging and all of that. Then I go to ChatGPT and ask for the contact pages. And it gives me a list of all of the contact pages. And then I just fill out the contact forms. And every day I go and look in my inbox, and I've got new people who want me to be on their podcast, which I really think is an exciting strategy to get the word out about what I do. And it works a lot better than cold emailing or just going into a Twitter space and promoting what I do. And if I said to myself, if I'm able to do a podcast every day or every couple of days for a year, I'll be viral. I mean, there's just the ideas that I have, and the idea that you can literally watch any moment of any day going back years is really exciting to people. I get people who sleep alongside me. I get people who just want to play games. We play games all the time, every day, and from all over the world, everywhere from Australia to Canada to countries in Africa, Asia, and more people are finding out about it. It's just going to take one person to say, you know what, I've never seen somebody with so many different accounts and so much data. I've got nothing to lose. Why not? Why don't I share this with my community? I heard them on a podcast. It's really interesting. It's going to go viral, and I mean it. I want to make all your dreams come true, and I want to make all your listeners' dreams come true. I'm going to have more money, perhaps, God willing, than I ever know what to do with, and I want to give back to the people who helped me, and you're one of them. Yeah, I'm not that young. I'm 40. You look great for 53. I love your look. You have an amazing look. It's fascinating. I would look forward to it. Absolutely. It reminds me of a Space Odyssey with HAL 9000, and I can't do that, Dave. That same idea. Absolutely, Ryan. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. You should know I would love to, if anything comes up, I will email you and make you aware of it. But I'd like to make this an annual event where we connect and we basically have timestamps throughout the years of the what we were wrong on, what we were right on, the development of society. So if anything, let's plan on summer 2027. We'll reconnect and see if there are any other developments. And if anything happens in the meantime, I'll certainly make you aware of it. And the same idea back to you. If you ever need anything, I'm here for you. Shoot me an email. Come to my Discord. I'm always available. And big things are going to happen for both of us. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, one last thing. One last thing. Can I send you a list of my relevant links for your the description? Thank you. You got it. Take care. Thank you. Bye. How was that? That was great. He's really cool, dude. He looks amazing. Ryan, you have the best look. I love it, dude. He's very smart. That was great. The internet held. What would you change? Um, I did the best I could. I don't know if I would necessarily have changed it. Was it good? Yeah, it was really good. Was it? Do you think it was good? Yeah, it was good. If anybody's watching this and they're like, "Do you normally just talk to yourself thereafter?" No, I don't. But I brief myself whenever I have a podcast because I think it's important for me to learn and for people to know what's going through my head. So, what would you say about Ryan? Dude, he looks amazing. He does not look as old as he says he is. He looks like a he looks like Elvis. That's how doesn't he look like Elvis? He looks cool as a cucumber. Um, love his hair, love his look. He's super cool. Um, he asks really great questions. Love the discussion. I think it was really good. Is there anything you would say negatively about him? No, dude, he's cool. I hope that we continue to be friends. He's really nice. I mean it. This is the beginning of a beautiful friendship. I hope. He's really, really cool. Is there anything you would have changed? No, that was really neat. Um, Shout out to the internet for working. That was cool. Would you have done anything differently? I feel I was as well prepared as I could be. I mean, I should have known that what she was going to ask. I gave him a time, but he asked some stuff that he didn't necessarily. He, he's great. Like he's so good. I don't always say this, but to the people with whom I podcasted, I would watch their podcasts. Like I would be a fan of that, even if I was not on it. He was really good. Love his look, dude. You have such a cool look. Love it. That look is so tight. Love his look. What a great look, man. Are you happy the way that it went? Yeah, what's going on with this one? Let's see if I can watch myself awake.
That was cool. Are you happy? Yeah, dog. Yeah, Michael Bass calling me back. I love Michael Bass. Every impression that you make with your logo is an opportunity for someone to follow you on social media, period. Your logo is really great, comma, so I don't want to say that it is not, comma, just taking that image for organic zone and put a circle around it. Please look at this. Lava, period. I'm not saying this has to be your logo, period, but it tells a story about what you are, that you sell 100% organic items, and where people can find you, period. Every time someone sees your brand, you need to tell them what you're doing and how to find you. Impressions are the key to successful. With a logo like this, comma, every time sees your logo, they know what you're doing and where to find you, period. This is an incredibly useful strategy, not just for your organization, comma, but all organizations, period. This is great. Period. Put that website as the first link in your link tree. Period. I'm going to send you the advice that I give to people when they are marketing. Period. You want to ensure that you establish yourself on social media on all of the platforms that I say so that your competition does not steal them from you. Period. One moment, I will send it to you. Period. The reason I bring up your link tree and not your personal website yet is because people are very reluctant to type in websites they don't know. Period. Generally, comma, they know about Linktree though, so they trust it. Period. Once they're on your Linktree, they can see that you have an established social media presence and likely do not intend to harm them. Period. Then there's a much higher click-through rate for your website once they understand that you are there as a positive presence. Period. When they see that you have all your social media on a website they already trust, like Linktree, then they are willing to take the next step and explore. Period. If you just give them a link to your website, they may not trust you yet and may never click on it. Period. Also, comma, you are targeting very difficult and highly competitive words like organic and some. Period. You will be difficult to find in a Google search. Period. Giving people the direct link to all your social media and your website and Linktree is, in my opinion, a prudent strategy while the business is still small. Period. Once you grow, then you can eventually put your website there when you show up as the top result in search engines, comma, AI engines, comma, and social media. Period. Until then, comma, Linktree, in my opinion, is prudent. Period. Now, comma, who's the most amazing text to video creator ever. Period. You could make such cool videos with it using simple prompts. Period. It was so big that Disney and OpenAI had a potential $1 billion per year deal to include all of the Disney characters on it, comma. But Sora found that video generation was not profitable for them and they shut it down. Period. It was amazing though. Period. I will send you what Sora used to do. Period. It was so funny. They would have Tupac and Mr. Rogers, and it was really cool. Period. You used to be able to make stuff like that in Sora. Period. However, comma, OpenAI found that it was too expensive and they shut down the project. Period. It was amazing though. Period. I agree, period. I just developed a really amazing strategy for doing it and collected 250,000 clean emails in a week, period. The way that I did it, comma, is by going to YouTube and copying people's channels in bulk on topics of interest, period. I then put that information into ChatGPT to provide me with publicly available emails, period. I also asked ChatGPT for the contact pages of those creators, period. I then created an automated robot that scraped all of the contact pages and was able to get 250,000 clean emails for cold emailing, working toward warming them and eventually connecting with them directly. Period. It is not a bad strategy if you're looking for a large audience, period. The best is just a newsletter sign up on your website, though, so that people opt in, period.
Bring to your friends about how you did it. That's a good idea. Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. So a half marathon, did they just give you like a fucking half a medal if you finish that or something? Like a half a trophy? Half a thing. Wait, what? Now he's getting it. Super gay. And I clicked it on Tony and then I was getting it. It's like a trilogy. It's fucking Return of the Jedi, but it's me being gay. I fucking bumped up again. I love it. So what is your love life actually like when you're with the women? Nothing right now, is it? Nothing right now. Yeah. You're fucking at that chick. But seriously, like the last time you were with a woman, you're 26, you're Latino, I mean, you are ready to breed. So let's talk about it. A little late, actually. What? A little late on breeding. You're what? Late? Right? Yes, absolutely. Okay, so let's go to my question. What's going on? Last time you got laid, what happened there? What happened? I don't know. No, I'm kidding, man. I know you're. I always know when you're joking because then the room goes completely silent. So like, when was it? About ballpark? How long? 3 years. Oh shit! You basically are a virgin. Yeah. If a Latino goes 2 years or more without getting laid, they are re-virginized. Not a lot of people know that. Okay. When's the last time you saw? Speaking of virgins, when's the last time you saw a Virgin Mary in like toast or something like that? That happens to your people a lot. You're like, oh shit, God's talking to me or something. All right. Maybe toast isn't the right. And your tortilla. Tostada. Tostada. Absolutely. If tostadas a couple dude salads, you want to understand. All right, community. Here's a little joke book. Thank you. Fun times. Welcome. There he goes. On to the next one. Makes some noise here next. Comedian ZZ, everyone. ZZ. Well, one more time for ZZ, everyone.
What's up? Okay, is the minute started? Hi. I grew up in Iraq. I moved to the US in 2017. In my culture, we have a saying, when you want someone to leave and never come back, to throw 7 rocks behind them. Rocks. Not bombs, rocks. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, no, 7, nothing. 7. So the day when I was moving, I turned to my family and said, demolish the house behind me. Rumor has it they found weapon of mass destruction is been used. Well, this is bullshit. I just turned 37. Why are you fucking laughing? I'm allowed to brag about turning 37. I look fucking fly. My mom wants me to settle down and like find a good guy and marry. She doesn't know I live in Austin.
There you go. Easy, everybody. Jesus Christ. No, that's not how it works, Easy. No. The man is talking. I agree with you, woman. No, that's not how the show works. You know better than anybody. I know your fucking father would. Only talk if I ask you a question. No, stop talking. No, fucking stop. You're gonna ruin this for everybody like you did fucking our economy. You Iraqi fucking people. It's absolutely incredible. There's your hackiest joke ever. You couldn't have bombed any harder, but Iraqi people don't really bomb. Turns out like the actual Iraqis don't really good. That's great. Don't talk.
Yes, sir.
Like most Iraqis, you had no weapons of destruction here tonight. Absolutely incredible. You suck at this. How long have you been attempting? Shh, don't talk unless I ask you a question. You're fucking unbearable. Relax. Only answer questions and answer them honestly. Okay?
Sure.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
3 months?
All here in Austin, Texas. This is where you live?
Yeah.
What do you do for a living?
I work at UT.
UTI?
Is that the only UT you know? You look like it.
Yeah, I look like I have a urinary tract infection.
Never been to college.
Okay, very good. Yes, good one.
Never come back, please.
Should somebody throw a shot at
It's Austin. What did you say?
CZ, you are unbearable. Stop talking. Have you ever seen this show before?
No, only on YouTube Shorts.
Right. Okay. Alright.
You said there is point honestly. I am honest.
CZ, you are unbearable. Oh my god. What do you do at
My mom would
UT?
agree.
Okay, there she goes, CZ, everybody. You're the worst. There you go. Never sign up again. You're unbearable. No goodbye. No joke book. No words. I want to be good for CZ, everybody. Come on. Alright, got another bucket full here. Anything can happen. Let's see if this seems like the name of a good old American girl, huh? Make some noise for Corinne Aaliyah, everybody. Here we go. Corinne Aaliyah.
Do you guys ever realize that God doesn't answer prayers because he keeps killing all the wrong people? Yeah, I figured that out recently because my dad is still alive. Yeah, I have daddy issues in case you can't tell. He didn't leave or anything. I just fucking hate that guy. You know? But it's okay. It's okay because he still follows me really close. On OnlyFans. Yeah, he'll leave comments under my stuff. He'll be like, I miss you, sweetheart. You have your mother's tits. Please return my calls. Love, Dad. You guys, in case you guys didn't know this, women in comedy aren't actually funny. We're not. It's because we aren't having the shit beat out of us anymore, like the good old days. You know? At least the Middle East is doing one fucking thing right. Making women funny again. That's it. Thanks.
Fuck yeah, Karina Leah. That last joke would have hit a lot harder if that Middle Eastern bitch didn't eat it right before you. She ruined you. That was incredible. They missed one. There's one not getting beat hard enough out there. That was amazing. That was good stuff. Corinne, Aaliyah?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Have you been on the show before?
No, I've never been on.
Welcome, welcome. How long have you been on stand-up?
5 months.
5 months. All of it here in Austin?
Yes.
This is where you're from?
No. I'm originally from Louisiana.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. What's your ethnicity?
I have a weird ethnicity. I'm actually Cajistani. It's a word that my friend coined. I'm actually half Pakistani and I'm half Cajun. Yeah, my mom's family's from Louisiana and my dad's Pakistani.
Wow, Hassan's hard as a rock. I'm pretty sure he wants to tag your Stanny. I was gonna say that food must make you shit something fierce. That's crazy, dude. The old shrimp and hummus, you know what I mean? The old fucking, alright. There's not much you can do with Pakistani, Cajun. It's a hard combo. So your mom is the Pakistani dude?
My dad.
Okay. And he found your white, like, Cajun mother? Uh-huh. In Louisiana. What does your dad do for a living?
I don't know. I haven't talked to him in very years.
How many years?
Like 5.
Really? 5
Yeah.
years not talking to your dad. The last time you guys talked, what was the context to that? What was that like?
I don't even remember, to be honest.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, I'm sick.
Yes. Dad tried to fuck her. Is what it is.
Yeah.
For those of you who are in 7th grade and
Oh,
have
yeah.
an absolutely moronic sense of humor during a serious part of an interview. So, you said that you wanted your dad to be murdered in your 60 seconds, and you're saying that you haven't talked to him in years, but you don't remember any of the trauma that he instilled upon you exactly?
Oh, he definitely did traumatize me as a child.
Let's talk about it.
No, just like when I was growing up, just emotionally just ignored me and was absent.
Dude is a dad.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. How long have you lived in Austin?
I moved here at the end of January.
And how's it going for you? How do you like it?
I really like it out here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you like to do? What do you do for fun?
I fight.
You fight?
I do Muay Thai.
Oh, shit. Okay. There goes Red Man's chances of a successful rape.
Hell yeah.
Wow, you do Muay Thai. He does more Thai food than anybody else. There's pad Thai. Yeah. Those are the only pads. All right. Okay. Very fun, Corinne. So, what else is going on other than Muay Thai? What else do you do for fun?
I'm pretty much.
With a girl like Corinne wants to let her hair down, that sweet, sweet, young Howard Stern hair that you have.
Yeah.
How do you do it?
Yeah, I look like Borat if you were trans.
Hell yeah. All right. But what else when you want to get crazy? Like, what's a wild night for Corinne Aaliyah?
I don't know. I don't go out. I don't drink or party or anything like that like everybody else. So
Because your dad told you better not.
exactly, precisely.
All right. Are you dating somebody?
I am.
Okay. What does he do?
He's around. He's
Oh my God, is it Michael Gonzalez? Oh God, he seems to be close, right, man? man. Okay, so that's off limits, it seems.
It's still pretty new, so
Alright. Okay. You've seen the show before. What else do you think's an interesting thing that you could talk about right now that before we let you go that we
yeah, something really interesting about me.
or anything that's ever happened in your life? Maybe you
Yeah.
almost died or saved somebody's life.
Yeah, I actually lost my virginity to a pedophile.
Amazing. Great.
Yeah. No, not my dad. Not my dad. No.
Okay, this is great. This is exactly
Yeah.
the type of interview I love.
Yeah.
Things just took a turn. So, when you say you lost your virginity to a pedophile, what do you mean exactly? Go ahead.
Oh, he was my church pastor at the time.
Wow. How old were you?
16, going 17. Hell yeah.
How old was he?
He was at least in his 30s.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God. It just took another turn. A lot of these interviews go from like hero to villain to fucking. Okay, that's kind of depressing. Is he in jail now?
He did go to jail.
Right.
He got out. I don't know what. I have no clue what happened to him after.
Yeah, usually it's a Catholic church.
Surprisingly, no.
I was a.
Non-denominational.
Back on my stand-up tour at the end of January, hitting all the spots that I didn't hit on the Fully Grown tour before this. Vancouver, Portland, and Seattle. You're next. January 25th, 26th, and 27th. And then Los Angeles, California. I do stand-up. Denver, Colorado. Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Boston, Baltimore, Salt Lake City, San Jose, Dallas, Houston, St. Louis, Nashville, Fort Lauderdale, and Orlando. I'm so pumped for these upcoming dates. Really excited for you to see it. Taking some of my favorite openers with me. You may recognize some of them. Get tickets now at TonyHitchcock.com. It's going to be my last stretch of the stand-up tour for the rest of 2024. It's all just performing in Austin until Tony over there. So, see you soon. Yes, everyone. Here we go. Here goes. Oh, shit. Okay. Yes. It's another noise for you, gorgeous.
Sometimes tell people that I was never born. And that I have been present through all of what has been and what will be.
I agree, Judy. However, some
CNN
of it
came
is
into
relevant to them.
existence before the
There's a
earth
very high
stars
likelihood they
not
will
appear
appreciate,
on the
period.
day they fall because I am ageless. But yet old enough to fuck your mother.
Essentially, if they're interested in organics, which generally they all are because you have been to their YouTube channel and their website, and you send them an opportunity to join your newsletter on a different account,
Oh my god, he's licking the dog. I'm your mama. That's the way you like a useless taxpayer.
We did not even get to the most interesting thing about
Alright, stop playing music. Stop playing music.
Well, they accused me of leading the Pledge of Allegiance on the Capitol steps on January 6th.
Were you there?
I cannot confirm or deny.
Where are you sleeping tonight? Okay. Do you know where you're gonna park your car? Where I can find a spot? Yes. It's being raised by a sweet Jewish single mom. I can't let you sleep in your fucking car tonight. I'm gonna get you a hotel for 3 nights here in Austin. Right? Oh, look at that! Oh my god! Wow! By the way, I can't do that. Awesome, man. Crush that job at on Wednesday. Don't you fucking jerk off in the La Quinta lobby.
November 18th, I'm doing the Celebrity Theater in Phoenix, Arizona. November 18th. That is
One of the biggest theaters in your hometown.
Would you like to do a guest spot on that show? I'm going on tour in October to Florida to do 6 dates. You want to open for me?
Killtown. Yeah. First of all, what the fuck? I've seen it on YouTube 1,000 times. But in person, I'm fucking real. It's such a pretty show. It's hot. It's like you know it's really not scripted. But it feels like it because it gets so fucking out of hand at times. You're like, there's no way this wasn't rehearsed. Tell your project unfolds. Every week it happens. Twice the mask. He is so sharp. He's so sharp. He's so good at being a host of one of those shows. Please rise for your national anthem, presented by double Grammy nominated CMA New Artist of the Year, Jelly Roll. What's up, Austin, Texas? As you could expect, there was no way I was missing Kill Tony Live in a motherfucking arena. Now please, join me in this. Not only encouraged, is it expected that you help me sing the greatest song for the greatest country on earth. Don't let me down. Are you ready, Austin? I still got music here. There we go. Thank you. I got scared. I'm already too high to be singing such an important song, so you're gonna have to help me out. Oh, can you see? Father, what so friendly we had at the twilight's first. Those broad stripes that through perilous we're so as loud as you can.
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for the greatest show on earth? Coming in live, streaming around the world. It's Austin, Texas at the AT&T Center. Y'all get ready for my fucking brother, Kill Tony. From the AT&T Center in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony, give it up for Tony Tony.
Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives tonight? Listen, I think you can do a little fucking better than that. Who's ready for the best fucking night? It's nice to bring you right man. Live in the flesh. This is it. This is Film Saudi, the number one podcast in the world. We're in the fucking arena. We're doing it, people. Greatest thing I've ever witnessed. I have witnessed White House Bill. They sent me a UFC 250 White House Bill that I own in my studio. That's awesome. So, to me, greatest sport event ever had. Officially John Messi, 250 title belt, limited edition on Messi shop. And he won $1,500 for his crazy. And it doesn't ship until July 10th, 2026. I think this was a huge mistake. Why not just have it shipped July 4th? That would be even better, in my opinion, at least. But yeah, that was it. Now, I did get a UFC Freedom Belt, too. It's going to be weird. This is July 14th. And for this damn event, UFC. Come on, baby. Everybody's really just as up. Shit that I have to deal with. Greatest thing I've ever witnessed. I have a White House belt. They sent me a UFC 250 White House belt that I own in my studio. That's awesome. So, to me, greatest sport event ever happened. Well, spoiler alert: the construction is not over. But and I know. But hey, look, we'll get through this. And it is kind of funny that they're talking. They're having kind of a podcast out there because they're talking about it. Drew just mentioned that they're talking about Ebola. I heard Ebola. Maybe that's a nickname. Dude, I fucking love the construction workers on my apartment, dude. Yeah, they're pretty good. None of them are coming in here. Like the whole pressure situation. That's just a Mexican dude that comes in here and he looks at it and he goes, alright. It's not good still, but the guys outside, they're doing construction on some stairs. And every time, dude, it's a fucking death trap. When I show up to my apartment, when I'm leaving my apartment, these fools want to fucking talk to me. And I don't know if that's if I'm being ridiculous and being upset about that, but it's like, dog, I don't want to talk to you. It's definitely annoying. Yeah, that's never, dude. Like, not even like a little bit, because then it becomes like, if I were to freak out on them, be like, I don't want to fucking talk to you. Like that. So like, why are you keep asking me what the fuck I'm doing right now? I don't give a fuck if you know or not, you know? Yeah. And then the next time I see them, they're gonna like cheekily be like, let's go, you know, and that's these kind of people, dude. They don't understand like social cues. We have a couple of autistic fucking construction workers in our apartment complex. It's very much like having a roommate almost, because you can't walk out. You know that feeling when you walk into your kitchen and someone else is there and you're just like, just stab you right in the back and bleed out. So I can make my cheese. Yeah, that's a good city fans for you. Oh yeah, well we'll get into that later. I'm a huge Manchester City fan now. But dude, how funny would it be if I like secretly gave them when I was like calling Charles, say hey what's up Charles? Or like I give them money to say a random name or things that really piss you off, like the day you say Spanish there. I have them ask you. What are other things? There was the last time I walked out, I had my headphones in, and I was walking around the corner, and yeah, I could hear him talking at me. You know what I mean? I'm the guy, right? But he won't let me fucking leave unless I respond. You know what I mean? He's like, he keeps going. And I pulled out my headphones, like, what's up? Like that, and he's like, nothing. I'm like, alright, what the fuck? Even when I give him like the time of day, he doesn't want to say anything. Fucking annoying, dude. They're fucking with you, dude. You can't let them win. That's what I always tell people, like, when Manchester City is playing like Man United or Arsenal or whatever, I'm like, you can't let them win. Arsenal, the team. What are their teams? Arsenal, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I got you. Actually, that was a big test against. That's what I would say. We're Manchester United, like, we win, and we play real good, and we are the best in the league. And anyways, but what if you saw them and they were all laughing like in the corner, and they're trying to walk away, and they're like, what? And they go, look, and they're watching winning coming stand. dude. You turn around and like, dude, you gotta see this. It's a Martin Amini. What's his name? Is that it? Martin Amini's like doing like crowd work. He's like, dude, you ever do this? You ever watch stand up? Like, they start doing crowd work on you. What do you do? It's just annoying, dude. It's so it is pretty. That sucks ass. I'm not taking anything away from it. You're right. This is actually, you know what? This is a big moment for this podcast. This is the first time you've ever been right on this. That's not true. Also, am I wrong in thinking that construction workers need to have some sort of fucking, like, what is it called? The code of ethics? Like, you don't talk to the people that walk around you all the time. They fucking catcall chicks and stuff like that. That's very annoying. Yeah, I feel like a hot chick. I mean, yeah, maybe, I don't know if there should be a rule of silence, but there should be a rule against, like, every time you're outside. Yeah, that's annoying. But that would be funny if they had some sort of, like, ninja code of silence. They, like, work, like, all, like, that would be fucking amazing, bro. If you start bowing every time I walk by, they don't say shit. That's what I want, dude. That would be amazing. They're like the pyramids out there. They have some sort of insane work ethic that is all quick and perfect. I don't think that the person that owns this building would hire workers like that. Because you can't even, the guy comes in and he looks at the bathroom, he's like, looks good. And then just water pours down. That shit was annoying as hell. Did they fix that? No! So it wasn't leaking again. I saw that last year. Yeah. And then so I let the fool know, and he's like, oh, for sure, we'll be there tomorrow. That is kind of annoying, yeah. So definitely, it's like a big problem. And I understand you would come tomorrow, but saying it like, oh, we'll be there tomorrow, that's a whole day. Oh, no. Yeah. And so, that's if it's great. Oh, good. Well, tomorrow, perfect. Yeah, and then, so he was like, we'll be there tomorrow. And then, at 10 a.m., right? And so they come at 10 a.m., and then he texts me at 10:30, and he says, job's done. I called him, and I was like, are you fucking, like, is there a hole in my fucking wall still? Yeah, I mean, yeah. He's like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah, the job's not done. What do you mean my job is done? Like, you know, put the wall back. Yeah, and then he's like, we're going to be there in like 4 to 5 days. Oh, no, 3 to 4 days. And it's been 5 or 6 days now, right? Since you last came here, 6 days since you last came. And it's fucking, it's still just nobody comes in here at all. That's the thing that I've been whining about for years now. The construction here in Los Angeles, their excuses and absurdities for what they're willing to, or what they think is good work. I've probably told this story a few times, but when I lived in that house in West LA, and they came in to fix the sink, and they knocked out the bottom of the sink, so it was completely open, and then they just left. So there's an open thing under the sink, so I didn't even know this, but I'm standing in the kitchen, and I see this giant rat, walk through the opening that they left. It's one of my roommates. Like, lives there. The rat, like, walks in slowly, looks at me like, hey, what's up, dude? I'm gonna head to my room. You know, like, oh, hey, good to see you, rat. Cool, we had to chase story, bro. Yeah, we had to chase this rat, and, like, with a fucking pan, and I called the landlord, and I was like, there's just an open space in the fucking kitchen. Like any animal can walk in. She's like, oh my god, I can't believe they did that. Yeah, me neither. Who are you hiring to do this work? Who's like knocks out a hole in the wall and then's like, all right, we'll be back, or I think we're good. There's a hole in the wall. What the fuck? Are you? Even I know that's not like what you do. A hole, and it had like a little like plastic sheeting thing over it. I'm like, bro, that's not a wall. You need a structure of some kind. Just like a hole. And now your bathroom has almost exactly that. Pipes are exposed. It's also in the worst place. Because, like, I'm vulnerable to when I take shits. When I'm taking a shit, I am vulnerable. Because there's a fucking open wall now. Yeah, and so, like, whatever ghost or fuck or nature or whatever the fuck, any sort of, like, horror movie plot that wants to take place in my restroom right now is not good for you. It's not like me being in the slasher or anything. It's like me getting fucked by a ghost. You know what I mean? Or by some sort of different, what's it called? Dimension. Like, that's an opening, like, a portal that is the third dimension for us. Like, how I see space and time, that fucking hole in my bathroom does not exist in my world.
Dude, the spiders are probably like a Shaq name, dude. They see that one, like,
That's not shit.
what's up? Or whatever.
It's just another black man. I the tree rubbing his hands.
Right, it's not Shaq. I take that back. I'm so stupid. It's alright. I think Shaq's been on that before. Maybe I made Shaq that meme. I don't know.
Like, maybe he has actually, like, commercials.
I'm glad that they're starting.
Yeah, let's give it up to the construction workers.
You like look at the camera, dude, and it's like or not. You look outside, there's like the littlest hammer in there, dude. You see like some tiny hammer that they do super small nails, so it takes longer. They're just like.
Also, the job does not look that complicated. It doesn't look like it's a 3-week job. You know what I mean?
I think they're building stairs.
No, you're giving them too much credit. They're not building stairs. They're putting wood underneath the topping of the stairs. You know?
Yeah.
It's just like that one section right there. And people online are gonna be like, "Oh, you guys are so lucky. You know, what they're doing is building a trust system." That's not good.
I'll be the first person to know anything about that.
But I'll be the first person to say they talk a lot. So
Yeah, that's true. Ebola's out there doing his thing.
if they would have focused on what they probably would do. But they keep talking about discussions here and there.
Yeah.
They probably have nothing that's locked. You know?
Oh, I mean, if they ran it like we run this podcast, it would have been done 5 years ago. It would have been 7 days a week.
Yeah, dude. I made a really long reel yesterday. It took me 6 months.
Yeah, we forgot. Truly great work takes 6 months, no matter what it is. It could be a podcast, it could be stairs at an apartment complex, it could be a treasure. Any of those things. It's like 6 to 7 months, and you got something maybe. Or 2 weeks. I'm looking at Fat Akash. It's so sad that, we recorded one of the greatest episodes of all time, and part of it was talking about Fat Akash, and we're going to do it again, because I don't remember anything we said. Look at that. Oh my god. That's the one right there. So, Fat Akash, I think Too Lazy had something about this, how he's not looking good, or somebody had a video about Fat Akash. The internet's blowing up. But Akash is not doing well since he left the flagrant pot. We've noticed this, people have talked about it. I happened to stumble upon a clip online of him in a Hawaiian shirt. I'm not quite sure where he is. He could be in Hawaii, but some tropical destination.
He's looking for more fellas, dude.
Fellas. He's out there on the fellas tour.
That's what it should be.
He just looks fucked up, man. He's like eating alcoholic fruit out of a bowl or something, maybe. Like some sort of drink fruit thing.
He looks like he's drunk and saying San Jose Jack Johnson.
They're online talking about my wife is fucking San Jose Jack Johnson. You ever see me live? I'm gonna be in the orphan. He's just crying. He's fat, and he looks disheveled and hungover, and shirt's not fitting, shorts are big. Because it's not even that he's fat, really. It's just that he doesn't normally look like this. Like me and Gerardo, we lose weight, we gain weight, but we pretty much look the same. It's about what we look like. And this is Akash was like a skinny guy that usually clear-eyed, never funny, but at least clear-eyed, But his eyes, what's wrong with this guy? It looks like he was stung by a bee, and the bee had alcohol in it. He doesn't look well. I'm worried about it. Granted, the Flagrant podcast is the worst piece of trash of all time, but he has no talent outside of that, and he gave up this really successful podcast to do what? This? With the crowd work more clips about how like brown parents are different than white parents. Of course, you need to drink that after having a joke like premise like that. That looks like a good meme right there. That's a good meme, dude. That's like, what is that? Explaining to your wife why the kids have like injuries. Look, or the way there was a house fire. Look, the flu, I forgot to shut it. Okay? The flu. You know, like the thing where I don't really know what a flu is, but it has something to do with what's the fire thing? That's the thing where you put wood into in your house. Fireplace. It's like the flu or you shut it or something. It's the Manchester United. The city, dude. Down there, Manchester by the sea. Oh, down like, you said Manchester United. Why I'm going like this? Dude, that was a bit, dude. Come on, man. I'm a Manchester City fan. Just so you know, everybody. I think it starts in that's the meme. I'm a Manchester City fan. I need more soccer in my life. That's so funny. That's a great meme. I'm hoping that the NBA expands into a team called Big Boy. I want Big Boy to be Austin Big Boy. Big Boy should be a soccer team. That's a soccer. I guess they don't wear jerseys like that. You're right. The Austin Big Boy, dude. But what do you think is going on with it? You think he's just like a drug fat alcoholic now? Oh, okay. I think he's no, he sucks ass. I fucking hate our coach. Yeah. I went to a death cafe this last week. Also, just so you know, the fucking computer can't work right now. No, I reset the whole system, so, what is it called? I can't protect it. And the valves are all clogged up. That's facts, yeah. But you're the guy, you're one of the best to do it. So, I'm putting your ribs on. So, alright. So I went to this death cafe, dude. At the Philosophical Society. Have you heard of this place? No. Yeah, dude, so you better watch out. Because I'm deep in your brain right now. You don't even know this. I'm like, I'm ready to for you. Oh, good. Thank God. Someone has to. Yeah. What's it called? What's it called? It's sort of Die Die. I've been listening to Die Die. It's a good song, dude. So I went to the Death Cafe, and it was very interesting. You know what a Death Cafe is? I've never heard of it. It's where you can sit around talking about death. Wow, it's pretty tight. So people like share what they think happens when you die, or like their experiences of grief, and this and that, and stuff like this. And there was a lady that was like, listen, this is the saddest story of all time. That's what she was saying. Yeah, she didn't say what I said, but she said the saddest story of all time. Subtext. And then you're allowed to have a discussion, so people can ask questions and stuff. It's kind of like, popcorn type shit. And then, so this one lady's like, can I ask you a question? She's like, yeah, sure. This is the worst story you could ever hear, right? And then it's like her son dying before being in the hospital type stuff like this. And the lady's like, have you ever thought about like going or like seeing your son in some sort of big reality or whatever it's doing? And the lady's like, yeah, but I have to kind of like be in reality. I can't just go and see the thing that might like have an imaginary son basically. And then the second one that started discussing, she goes, I'm gonna stop you right there. When the lady says I can't really do that because I can't be in a fake reality. So I'm gonna stop you right there. You totally can. And then like overpowers this lady and starts like talking down on her, telling her to do this thing. And the other lady bows down. She's like, alright, you got me. You're a construction worker outside of my apartment right now. I really don't want to talk to you. Yep. Like, whatever, trying to like, get her to stop. She won't stop talking. She keeps going and going, and then now other people are like, eventually like cracking at the scenes and like, you can't do that. You can't just like, and then she's talking about like, artists do it all the time. Like, artists go to fake realities and bring back dead people, like whatever. Because they like, and then they put it in their work, and it's like, you can't just be selfish. You can't just be like, I don't want to do that because I don't want to see my fucking dead son, whatever she says. However she was fucking. And then I was quiet the whole time. I was just like this. Was everybody disagreeing with the second lady, or was anybody agreeing? A couple of people were agreeing with the second lady. This is what I'm talking about. White people. You know what I mean? Oh, they're white. Was everyone? I was the only Mexican person in that room. So everyone was white. Yes. Oh yeah. And not a single black person. Not once. No, I think there was like a couple mixed, but they were more, you know, Adidas than Nike. I have no idea what's happening. That's, you know, I didn't expect you to, but what's it called? It's more soccer from the basketball. Okay. Still, more white than black. Okay, that's the fucking. I get that. Okay, cool. Yeah, but it was a weird thing. Like, people, so like, that lady was like second to share out of the whole group thing. And then it keeps going around, and this let's call it the Italian lady, the one that said that you should live in a fake reality. I'm gonna stop you right there. She said that verbatim. I'm gonna stop you right there. That is funny. She spoke for like the discussion part for the next 5 people. I'm like number 7. You know what I mean? And then eventually the moderator lady was like, "Hey, so we're not gonna do this every time somebody talks to you." Wow, she said that about the lady. Yeah, because about 3 people away from me, this lady was like, my mom and my mother-in-law ended their own life like that. Wow. Yeah. And then she goes on and on with this brief thing, story, whatever. And then like the lady fucking said something to her, and then eventually that girl was just like, "Yeah, what you're saying is fucking ridiculous." Like, dude, it's like a sketch show. Like Eric Andre was dressed like a fat Italian woman. I mean, that would be a hilarious break to do. One of those things that just like every story be like, nah, and like say something crazy. But I'm curious now, the mother and the stepmother, that the person that said that story, what did the Italian lady say to them? Did they also do a reality thing? I can't remember how it began because I wasn't really interested in what she said. But I can tell you like what happened during it, which is that she kept saying like, whenever some people do that, you know, like in their life thing, she was saying the word commit. And then the lady was like, "I'm gonna stop you right there." She didn't say that, but she should have. And she was like, "We don't say that. We don't say the word commit word because it's like has a bad connotation. People commit murder. They don't, you know, and it's like die by." And that's so you can't say that. I guess not. And whatever. I don't have any stories about that to share, so I'm not gonna be saying. Yeah, interesting. I wouldn't know. I wonder. That seems kind of random that word would be bad commit. It just has a bad connotation. It's not random. People say that word all the time, like referencing, you know, their own life. It's like it brings negative vibes or something. The vibes are off. Interesting. It's funny, like the one lady is acting all crazy, and she doesn't get talked to until the end. But the lady that goes commit, they're like, "Whoa, commit! You killed the body." Wow. I mean, what are we doing here? No, that's the Italian lady was the one who said commit. So the other lady didn't even say commit. No, it was happening to her. Yeah. Wow. And I was like, dude, I was in the corner of the room just fucking hopping off a lotus flower. 3 hours worth of lotus flower. You always have to have lotus with you, dude. I go to meetings, I have lotus just so I don't know what happened. Like, yeah, I'm just like, if it goes wrong, I'm still high on lotus. You're at Man City games, popping lotus flowers. I'm on that. I'm like, what do you mean you're on the lotus? Like, guys selling lotus flowers. Okay, so I mean, if I would never do this, but I think it would be funny to be there and like they tell a story and I'm like, have you ever watched Reddit, Reddit Chop, and like just to fuck with them. But that's the other thing. So when the Italian lady's turn was to speak, like it was her turn. She's like when she was told to stop, she did kind of stop. So I kind of appreciate that. But when it was her turn to speak, she kept referencing her podcast. Kept being like, "I got a podcast, this and that, whatever." And then she was talking, and then she was done. The moderator was like, "Oh, what was your podcast again?" And then it's like, "Bitches and Hoes," whatever the name of the podcast was. Yeah. And then she goes, "But I haven't done it in years." And this and that. And I started laughing so hard in my head. I was like, "Oh my God, dude. That's random. I wish I would have been like, and I have a podcast." And then they asked me what it's about. And I go, 10 minutes a shot. It's about Brendan Shaw. You always have to preface it with, like, he's friends with Joe Rogan. They can be, oh, and I love him. Oh, yeah, I'm a huge fan. So, Death Cafe, is the idea that you talk about somebody that died? Yeah, no, I told you what the idea was at the beginning, but like I don't really understand. Your conception of death, if you want to talk about that, you know, I mean, like, what do you think happens when we die? It's about death. It's not about like people, individuals, or whatever. You can talk about your own fucking people that died or whatever. Because the reason I asked, I went once and I'm like an expert. Yeah, well, you went there. You're the only person I've never even heard of. But you said at the beginning, but everybody that you said a story just talked about someone that died. Right. So what did you talk about? I mean, just like my grandpa. Okay, so you also took. So did everybody just talk about someone that died? What the fuck did I say? No. But those two people, yeah, that's hardcore. Also, both those people that I said talked about somebody that died is a hardcore situation. You know, like son never left the hospital. My mom and my fucking mother-in-law. You know, yeah. Dude, when you said your thing, did the woman out say that you should create a virtual reality? No, I was very concise and like I did not want to talk. So I was just like, yeah. So my grandpa like fucking died and like he was cool like he was spending and it was cool like because he was like really smart because you know when he spoke like he sounded fucking stupid but like he was really smart. Anyways, so thank you. So she didn't say anything to you? No, they just asked me what my grandpa's name was. That's nice, I guess. How did you hear about this? That's cool. I keep saying that too. That'd be funny. Thanks. I'm going to see you next week at the Death Cult. Thanks for having the Death Society outside. I hope they would not. Death Cafe. Yeah, I would send that to a Death Cafe. Yeah. No, it's, I heard a friend of mine told me about it. And what made you go? I mean, I just wanted to go. It's like interesting to me. The place that they have it, and what you said where they had it, where was it? The Philosophical Society. Oh, I feel like I'm talking to my grandpa right now. Why? Like, oh, we're on a porch. We're on a porch. He's taking my call. Oh, tell me everything you said again. What did you say about me? You fucking liar. He thinks you said bad shit. He's speaking to me. But no, I'm curious. It's like it's so random. So people get together, they talk about death. Where would you? Is the Philosophical Society a building? Death cafes are removed from. It's not a part. It's autonomous from the building. It's already. So they have different death cafes all over the place. I guess. I literally went to one so far, but it was just. Was it a cafe? It's a philosophical society, the place. I don't know what that means. It's just like a bar. That's a fucking. Is there a building called the Philosophical Society? Yeah. Okay, so that's where you did this cafe. Yes. Do they have food and drinks and stuff? No. Damn, that is confusing as hell. Well, like, because what I'm asking you is like to describe where you were. So, like, in my mind, I'm like Death Cafe. I thought maybe it was like you know how AA meetings, well, obviously, like AA meetings go to random spots that are cafes. So is it like that, or there's just there's a building called the Philosophical Society. You go there into a room. They call it a Death Cafe, but there's no food or drinks, and people talk about death. Is that what it is? Right. It's more so the AA thing, like where people can be at meetings everywhere. Okay, yeah. So to me, that's kind of funny. Death Cafe is like the AA, like some AA name. Alcoholics Anonymous is Death Cafe. That's where cafe ends. Yeah. It's just like Death Cafe. It's a cool fucking way of saying it. Yeah. So that means that like in a business, you might walk in and there's a bunch of people and they're just like talking about death, kind of like with AA. I've always thought that's funny. Like AA, you sort of hear what are you talking about? They're talking about. Hey, so but it would be much weirder if somebody was just like in a group and they're having so like it's almost like a support group and they're just talking about death. Really? Well, I've never heard of it. The person who suggested it to you, did they go to it? I don't know. This is interesting for the podcast. You guys are, all right. No, I mean, that's just like, yeah, I mean, they obviously went to it, you know. I just thought it was funny that this lady would shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, that is crazy. the lady that's like, no, virtual reality, like she's selling something. Maybe she's like, maybe she just goes to dev cafes because she has some sort of product about like, or maybe she's like a guru of psychology, and she's like, the way to do it is just to have an imaginary friend. And she did have like arrogance to everything. There was like a certain level of arrogance to everything. She was just like, I know exactly. And she was saying, no, while other people were talking. Wow, it's fucking insane to be that kind of person. I wonder if and it would be funnier if that was her first time going. Like she'd never been anywhere before. But I think it might have been, dude. That's really, so she's just a crazy person. Let me stop you right there. It's a really funny thing to say to somebody who just said that they're like, someone they love died. Yeah, she was like, the other lady was like, yeah, I want to kind of like live in reality. And she goes, let me stop you right there. Well, here's my devil's assistant. There's a part of me that understands. I think what she's trying to do. Because like, all right, I didn't hear the story, but is the woman is saying that she had like a baby and it died at birth, right? Okay. So, and then the other person makes a suggestion. The town lady goes like, well, have you ever thought about like maybe you could see them in a different reality or like envision them as an adult or whatever kind of thing, which I sort of understand. Because sometimes people have this like, I've read short stories and books about people and like they have that happen to them and then they like think about the child's in a better place or heaven or whatever. So I get that. And then when the lady goes, well, I have to live in reality, to me that's a little bit of a weird response, but I understand where they're coming from too. They're kind of like, what? Virtual reality, how does this really happen to me? And they get kind of angry. But the second woman is not saying that to be like, so what? They fucking died, bitch. Like, just make it up. There's another person. So, but then when you go, let me stop you right there. I think what she's doing is being like, no, I'm trying to tell you like how to, be happy or like a way of like visioning this different. But it's so crazy to say it like that. So I get both people. Let me stop you right there. That's very like, if you were going on about Man City, I'm like, let me stop you right there. I'm too big a fan. That's way more. And I'm like, let me stop you right there. You don't even know what you're talking about. Like, that's the energy that let me stop you right there brings. Yeah. This is not an episode of Friends where it's like, let me stop you right there. You have no idea what you just did right now. There's no like, it's just like a weird, I watch TV all day type shit to say. Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, as you're saying that, and it just shows a lack of like understanding. Yeah, social language. Yeah. You're referencing like her fucking 10-day-old son. Like that's what you want to do right now. You want to let me stop you right there when it comes to her son. Yeah. This is very. And then it did cause like an uproar because everyone heard her say that. And so everyone in the room is like, and then you just see the girl with like her dead son. She's just like staring out into space, like while everyone's fighting in that. She's like, all right. How many people agree with the crazy lady? Nobody. I'm not a single person. One person did. I wonder, hey, you know what's funny is one person did, and I saw her, and I was like, in my head, when I saw, because like, I have my own perspective of the whole situation. The lady's like 3 seats down from me. Yeah, and there's a lady like, maybe 3 more seats down from her. And I saw that girl go, like that. And I was like, in my head, when I saw it, I was like, why are you agreeing with her? And then more people spoke out. And I was like, all right, they got it. And then I looked at the girl and I clapped. And I just look at her and I go, like, are you want to clap still? Or she's got like tons of imaginary friends. She's Dexter, she kills people, and then she like thinks about them. That's funny because she did actually work in the medical examiner's office. Well, of course, that's funny. Those are the main people that go to them. I was trying to tell my girlfriend that like fucking people that kill each other are people that love serial killers in this room. Like, oh wow. And then she was kind of like, no, how am I wrong? Please tell me how I'm wrong. Let me stop you right there. That's a funny. You're trying to get her killed. That would be funny. You go to those things looking for a murderer. You try and like suss them out with your stories. Yeah. You're like, yeah, so death is crazy. I'm like, what? Yeah. Have you guys ever? Has anyone here ever also thought about killing someone? Bring it real specific. Like, there's a spat of murders going on. Like, I just really want to meet the person that's doing it. I want to turn them in. I'm like, I think they're kind of like a god. Maybe like a dog is telling them what to do. Like the great Satan is making them granted. There's a spat of murders. Yeah, I wouldn't be good at getting them out, like figuring out who it is. You're waiting for the murderer to be like, let me stop you right there. Oh yeah, that perfect. See, that's what you do. You say something about murder that's obviously false, so you get them out. They're like, "What? No, you have to use a knife to do that." They're like, "Oh, you know, all right, wrap it up. We're good. We're good here. It's him. He's the one that's been doing it. He murders." Oh man. What did you want to talk about here? I kind of wanted to look up and see if there's any news on the Christina Mazinski divorce to Tom Segura. I want to see what's hot off the presses. You literally looked at me when you got here and you said, has Christina posted out since I got divorced? I did do that. And I was like, you think I fucking know that? I thought you would. You drive around all day listening to all these stupid ass podcasts. I thought you'd do your job. These pointless fucking podcasts. These stupid, dumbass things that you listen to. No, I mean, what I was thinking about with this while you look it up is, I was thinking two comedians, straight comedians, they're married, right? And if they get divorced and they have kids, who gets custody of the kids? And if it's the woman, if it's the man, what does that say about the woman? If they're comedians? Well, I don't know. It was hypothetical. Yeah. I mean, Akash doesn't get the kids. Akash and Jasleen, if they had kids and they got divorced, we need to send those kids to a different country. Well, certainly Akash doesn't need kids. I can't do those grandma voice. He wouldn't definitely not, because you just look at that video, the latest video of Akash. That doesn't look like someone who can effectively raise children. He's got like a bowl of fruit in his hand. One of these days, there's going to be construction on our podcast, and we're not even going to address it. We're just going to be like, yeah, that was where I was like, that was funny the first time. Now it's kind of just horrible. But it actually might still be funny. It's kind of funny right now. We've heard rumor that they don't do this on Monday, so we may do this on Monday. You missed the whole time. But you had to go to the hospital twice, 2 Mondays in a row. Yeah, I had to get my spleen removed. I mean, I told you I was going to make a song for when you go to the hospital so I can replace the intro song of this podcast. There's construction behind me. I didn't expect you to go to the hospital since I texted you that. Remember I texted you about the song? Oh, no, I know. I texted you saying that I was going to make a song for the podcast to change the intro song every time we mention the hospital or you go to the doctor. And I'll choose a song for that. That's a great idea. Right. Since that happened, you've gone to the hospital, I believe, 4 times. I've lost count. It could be 6. Yeah. It could honestly be 6. It could be every fucking week since I've said that. I got my spleen removed, got the index down to here, like my neck. Remember we had the wrestling thing and I hurt my neck. And then I hurt my hamstring when we did the race. And I also got some lip injections. Oh, yeah. I didn't take. I had to go get my lips fixed. Did you get TRT? I've always been on TRT. Oh, okay. I'm on a lot of peptides. Yeah. So I go to Kaiser and I go, are these peptides safe? They say no. I go, I want to talk to your manager. And then while they're going to get the manager, I take more peptides. Or do you inject peptides? I don't know. I've never really been a peptide guy, so I don't know the facts of peptides. Yeah. But that's a good. I like that you said the Akash thing. Funny. When comedians divorce, who gets the kids? Because here's what I'm thinking: woman or man. The woman normally gets the children, unless she's like really horrible. But do you think if a woman doesn't get the children, does that mean that she's like very funny because she's doing crazy shit, or she's just like, could there be a scenario, maybe not like, you know, how Christina Pazitsky's not very funny, where she doesn't get the kids because the judge watches one of their stand up and he's like, well, that is like very unfunny, so I'm gonna give it to Tom.
I'm not gonna lie, when you ask questions sometimes, it's fucking draining, dude. Like, I know that I'm gonna have to respond to what you're saying, but then you keep pausing. You keep like, look at it. And then I'm like waiting. There's no question mark yet. You're still finishing the statement. Yeah, it's somewhat of a question. And you keep going and going and going until I'm like waiting for the ending. And then you somehow, in the middle of that question, change the question at the very end.
Alright, here's another question.
One more question. I think it's funny that in court, if you were to take your wife to court and you had a podcast together, you have to watch your own podcast in court together.
Yeah, they would. I mean, I would win. How much of your part did they show?
Oh man, and girl, dude.
So like the girl has a podcast and I have a podcast, or the man has a podcast and the woman has a podcast.
You're fully aware that Tom Segura and Christina P do a podcast together, right?
Yeah,
Right. That's what I'm talking about.
so it showed their podcast. And then they watch it, and based off that, they decide who gets kids. I like that too.
That's the same thing with what's that guy's fucking that douchebag's name, Chad Daniels?
Oh yeah, it's something like that.
I think that has a podcast with his girlfriend.
Oh no.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, dude.
If that happens, if they get divorced, they gotta show the foosball thing. She has a foosball podcast, remember? We watched that. Yeah. It's like her with comedians and they play foosball.
I mean, that would be so funny if you have to watch like other people's podcasts because you were a guest on there and like it's some sort of evidence, like this is what they're saying to the public, you know?
That's probably already happening. I realize that. Because so many people have podcasts that's probably in court. They go like, well, here's what they said on a podcast. Now, do you trust them now? Which I think is redacted in real life, but very funny, the idea of it.
Yeah.
It's like, what, you're going to judge people based off of a podcast they do? Do you think that what me and Gerardo say on 10 Minutes of Shop is what we actually think? It is.
It is 100%. I love religion.
Yeah, I mean, that is so funny.
My wife shared talks to me about my podcast in court, and I'm like, it's only 10 minutes of Brendan Chop.
If you argue with the judge, it's 10 minutes long. What could we have possibly done? Like, judge is like, okay, at some point you have to stop the bit. But what bit? You're an mean.
And then the lawyer's like, you know, what was it, last week's episode, like 100 and 200 and something on the shop. The reference episode 203, where there's construction happening in the background, and then they play the episode. It's just like me dying on it. Construction.
Oh, man. But
That proves that my client is gay as shit.
I think they should have the podcast going in the divorce hearing or whatever, and then I guess the judge decides what goes happen. What does this say? I can't believe they actually have the answer.
Yeah, courts decide.
Yeah, okay. I think usually the woman gets the kids, or at least that's what they say on TV.
Your questions are becoming more and more frightening.
Why do you say that?
Like, what does that say?
That's funny. That's good. My next question was going to be, what's more annoying? What's more annoying? My questions or the construction?
There's some days where I wake up later than usual, and you ask me questions, and I'm like, bro, let it stop. I fully understand where you're headed here. It's a podcast, and even I mean,
What's funny is that is the first thing I asked when I got here was, has there been any news on the Christina Pazitsky Tom Segura divorce? That was a question.
the first thing you asked me was, has she posted since the divorce?
Yeah.
And then I looked at you, and I was like, you think I fucking know that?
Which I blame the team for you not knowing. Because the team should have let you know. And they didn't. I could have sworn she posted. I am actually curious to hear what she has to say about this. Because I'd always just kind of assumed that she's not funny. But I've seen some clips of her being funny.
Wow, check this out. What does that say?
Yes, public digital media, including podcasts, recorded interviews, or public audio statements made by a spouse can be requested, subpoenaed, or used as evidence during discovery if it contains admission or relevant facts while at Tom's phone.
Divorce discovery.
Oh, what I say? You just said Discovery. Yeah. I don't want to divorce Discovery. What does that even mean? That's another question that's concerning. What I say? That could be a good clip. Top 10 most disturbing questions Brett has asked. I always love that. What is the podcast coming out? The number one is just like a long question. The never-ending question. That'd be my Mr. Beast video. A question that just doesn't end. People are taking notes, trying to how to answer it. Oh, you start. Like timers in the corner is running. It's like a math equation. Yeah. Like Eric Weinstein. I go with word and I just start writing. Let me ask you a question. So when you go to the doctor, you know how the doctors are. They come out at you and they're like, hey, beans, cheese. Excellent. Beans, cheese. Are you like scared of beans and cheese, or are you more like while the doctor's asking you beans and cheese? But the doctor's also blind, and he's also an Asian. He's Asian. Yeah. Oh shit, my screen is breaking. Oh no. Oh, that's a good question from you. Yes. I was doing the wrong question there, sorry. No, okay, well, I'll answer that question. I'm more like Julian. I don't care that the doctor blind or Asian. More like Julian. Boom. Done. Got it. Nailed it. Looks like it's not that hard to answer questions, you dumbass. But yeah, I mean, listen, at the end of the day, I'm getting into Manchester United to keep my friendship with my friends back home. Have they bought jerseys yet? No. Are they going to? They say they will. Are we doing to watch the games? Not yet. Should I be a hooligan with you? Are you a hooligan? I don't know. Maybe. How do I become a hooligan? You just go to like downtown Pasadena and just like flip dumpsters and shit. And they're like, what's the matter? What are you doing? You're like, Manchester City. You're just a hooligan of the wrong city. I'm getting arrested. What are you being arrested for? Being a fan of the team. Fucking nuts. Erling Haaland scored a hat trick today. They're bloody good. Fucking. I'm gonna hit the loo. Yeah, let's just start using British slang. Yeah, I'm gonna use the loo from now on. I'm gonna hit the loo. There's a huge hole in your loo. The walls of your loo are all glued out. Yeah, Charles. A hole in his loo. He's got loo issues. What do they call trash bins? A ruddy bin or something like that? I don't know a lot of British slang. The ruddy bin. But yeah, we have English viewers. Look, it's crossover, dude. If you're a Manchester United, or sorry, if you're a Manchester City fan, sound off in the comments. Yeah. Have you picked a team yet? Are you going to do Manchester City or no? I'm always wherever the guy goes. Yeah. When are we going to find out? There's sometime around October. Oh, that's a long time. See, that was a quick question. When are we going to find out? Boom. That was pretty nice, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, October, because he turns 18 in October. When does soccer start? You don't know what? I think it's August. Premier League starts like August 21st. Oh, so how come he has to wait because he turns 18? Yeah, there's some weird law where you're not allowed to go to Europe until you're 18 because he doesn't have citizenship in any of those countries. Oh, okay. Yeah. So until then, he's probably doing construction somewhere. Yeah, until then, he's only creeping down in Tijuana. Yeah. Good. But Akash and Jay's like don't have any kids, though. So they don't. There's really no. They can't. It's a hypothetical and then a hypothetical. We really have to thank God they don't have kids. Yeah. I kind of want him to have kids. Yeah. You know what I mean? Imagine he gets really fat. He gets fatter and fatter and fatter. And then he has a kid that gets fatter and fatter and fatter. You know what I mean? So it's just a big fat family. That could be pretty funny. Andrew starts roasting the kids for being fat. Yeah. Akash looking fat as hell, right? He might be eating too many of them samosas. He's like, give me a samosa. I was thinking yesterday about Genghis Khan. I was playing Civilization 7 here. Yeah, playing with Genghis Khan. And I was thinking, like, what drove him so nuts? You know, he went Bahamut for, like, his whole life. Damnation. How old was he? No, I was thinking, no, I mean, it's a funny podcast, so I was trying to be funny. Not ambition, dude. I was thinking about like a first date like that went wrong. Oh, and then he was like, I'm not on the world now. Definitely like a woman broke his heart. He's like, oh, guess what? I'm gonna go fuck everyone up now. You know? Maybe. What else? What else could have been it? Construction outside of the apartment. Yeah, construction outside of his fucking guys that even every time he came outside, guys were like, hey, what's the weather? When he had a chick like, hey, whoa, look at that. And he sounds like that's it, I'm conquering the world. Yeah, he was 65 years old when he died. Wow. 1162 is when he was born. I mean, yeah, Genghis Khan is fascinating. I don't know what you would say came up with first date, or with how did it go? In your mind? In my mind, it's like he's excited to go on a first date. He's Genghis Khan. He's been like, oh, I'm gonna make a Mexican too. I don't do the voice. Sure. Take care of fuck my kid. Okay, I'm just kidding. Roll like, fuck you, I'm excited. I don't care, fuck this girl. I'm fucking stoked. Oh, you know what's funny is that I always ride my horse in the day. I thought about you because the sunset, like the sun was beautiful when it was setting. And the girl's just like, why won't you tell me? I don't give a fuck about you. Wow. I'm going to conquer the world. Can I ask you a question? Did that ever happen to you? No, just say drive the sunset and then, I'm trying to, I mean, I thought it would be funny, but it's fine. I don't know. What I'm trying to think of things that made me super angry. I guess construction is pretty good. Like if I had a hole in my bathroom or something, they did a really bad job. I was like, yeah, I'm going to conquer all of the world. Okay, how about this? I call to get a doctor's appointment and they don't have it for months or whatever. Maybe he's like a hypochondriac. What if Charlie Kirk died and he was like, yo, I'm gonna fucking kill the whole Asian continent? Yeah, then whatever version of Charlie Kirk was back then, some guy we don't know about, he got killed. So he was like a guy, he was giving a political speech back at that time, right? What would they have been like? And then Tyler Robinson just like, Genghis Khan goes, what if Genghis Khan killed Charlie Kirk? Oh fuck, so he had an excuse to do it. He killed the Charlie Kirk of his time so that he would have an excuse to conquer the world. And everyone's like, why are you doing this? And he's like, well, we'll call what would be like a Genghis Khan type name for Charlie Kirk? Charles Khan. He's related to him. So he's like, well, Charles Khan was murdered. So, Charles Kern. Charles Kern was murdered, so I'm avenging his death. Yeah. And that means that I need to have sex with a lot of chicks. That's the other thing too, is like, I never want to I can't tell you how many times I've been having sex and thought about Genghis Khan. That's weird. Damn, this whole fucking like a lot. And I'm like in the middle of it, I'm like, dude, I don't feel like I don't want to feel like Genghis Khan. To me, it's like he's clocking it. He's not really, he's working at a place called Legacy. You know what I mean? He's just like fucking all day. He's pumping it and loving it. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's probably soft. It's probably just nutty. This chick's soft as fuck. And then he's like, alright. And then he probably kills them too because he kills so many people. He just throws them out. You know what's funny about that? I was just thinking they invented so many things. Genghis Khan is like warriors. Like they had invented the passport and all these crazy things. The wallet, all this. I think it's funny that they never invented a condom. I wonder if somebody came out, hey, we get a condom, and he just kills them. It's like somebody, that's like Magic Mike going up the shop, like, hey, we couldn't bring a whole new Magic Mike out for your shop, like, here it is, or a tire truck, whatever. And then for them, it's like the Genghis condom. Yeah, no, Nick, don't count. We really did have a lot of merch. Oh, hell yeah, the most merch, some would say. His podcast was sick. I wish they could. Yeah, that would be if you could go back in time and give these people podcasts. Yeah. Thomas Jefferson has a podcast. He's like, hey, bro, so we just like fucking took over another storage unit. We're live and direct from it, and this is Genghis Khan. Welcome to the Concast. The Concast. The stuff that you'd hear every podcast would be like trigger warning for people because everything from the past would be so racist. Genghis Khan would be laughing about like murdering people and you know what else. In my opinion, I think you'd be like the Tim Cats, like Tim Pool. You could have a beanie. He'd have a beanie. Well, yeah, because he always had that hat on. Yeah. I just picture Tim Pool as Genghis Khan. You know? Yeah. Interviewing Alex Jones about Joe Rogan's penis. For sure. I think, but what if you could bring Genghis Khan back through time and you put him on the Joe Rogan podcast, but he's just Genghis Khan. So as soon as you put him in there, Joe Rogan's like, wow, dude, the great, powerful Genghis Khan. I can't believe you're on the podcast. It's so great to have you. And then Genghis Khan just takes a spear and just because he's Genghis Khan. Every podcast he's on, he's just, what the he's so scared. He's like breaking things and like setting the thing on fire. And then he reconquers the world somehow. He just keeps having. Oh man, Genghis Khan killed Joe Rogan. Would be great. He's 5'6" to 5'8", no count. Oh, what? He wasn't even that tall? That's kind of crazy. Genghis Khan knew exact heights of unknown because of historical records for his lifetime. I've never measured or wrote down his stature. However, he was 8 feet tall. The women I heard during this time were also like kind of warriors too. Like they could string a bow, they could like ride a horse real quick. The Mongol women could protect the gear in like their homestead or whatever it is too. So they were just like Joanna, very capable women, hosting all the time. Yeah, they could do just what the man did. I wonder why Israel was like that. You know what I mean? Mongol warriors. You bring all these people into the future and give them Instagram so you can see what Mongols would post like. They all end up on Joanna's page. They're like, oh, she has a fat ass. Or the women have OF. Yeah. Genghis Khan's wife has an OF. Definitely not. Well, she had 100 or 1,000 more. So at least one of them have OF, statistically speaking, from a scientific perspective. Dude, imagine the amount of problems you grew like in that day. Like a day of 1,000 times, dude. That's why he was gone so much. Yeah. He conquered the world because he just didn't want to come home and have to answer for not taking out the trash or whatever it was. Being an absent father to his real man's man. Thousands of children. He was the entertainer this time. Maybe he was like that. Hopefully not. I know that. Probably, honestly. He goes on the Entertains podcast, and again, it's just, we used to go WA. The only podcast he doesn't kill a host is podcast. It's a drug. Oh, he's doing the broadcast. They're drinking and he throws up, and they throw up and they're having a good time. Then Christina Pezzi comes in. Tom's like, hell yeah. Kills him and starts having sex with him. Oh, God. I want to be the guys that we should be the guys that bring Genghis Khan back and he kills people. That would be kind of funny. We get blamed for it. That would be a way better Jurassic Park. People want to bring back like dinosaurs and stuff like that. We should bring back like Mao Zedong, Genghis Khan, Stalin, Hitler, all in like a Disneyland style park. You could see them. Or put them all on Mars and see who conquers that world. Yeah, because they can't really harm anyone there, I suppose. It would be funny just to have Hitler in a zoo and you can kind of throw stuff at him, or like, because he'd be so disoriented. He's like constantly ducking. Stop throwing shit at me! Everyone hate me! I think Hitler's thirsty. He's like very thirsty. No one gives him water. There's like a Hitler thirsty hour where he's just everybody gets to see him not being like drink water. Like, look, that's Hitler's thirsty. He doesn't have anything. And like one kid's like, a stupid and Cosby. He wants water. What's he saying? They're saying he wants water. He's not that wrong. Can I give him some water? You just knocked into what? No, you never let Hitler drink. That's the thing. We keep respawning Hitler to just do different things like that. Like, it's like, this is the Hitler that's thirsty. This is the Hitler that's hungry. This is the Hitler that's yeah. Then we made like soup. We make like super paranoid. We're like this is the Hitler where we just have random voices come so that only you can hear. We put like hey Hitler, everyone's watching you, but in German. And they say it was like, oh, funny guys, there's someone behind you. He's like, he's all scared. He won't come out. Fucking, they have different ways of torturing him. It's another way to torture him. Shock Hitler. You just kind of stab him with things. That Genghis Khan getting fucked by a bunch of dudes. Because he fucks up with it. Yeah, that's fucked up. You know he's homophobic, really. For sure, yeah, probably was okay. But then again, the ancient societies, you never really know. Because remember, like, Greeks, I think they were pretty okay with that. No historical evidence shows that Genghis Khan was homosexual. He had multiple wives and concubines and father wives that were chosen for the more historical legal codes attributed to his reign actually being same-sex. Yeah, so he's an homophobic, probably. He is very homophobic. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Is he homophobic? It was just same-sex sexual acts and the death penalty. Oh, I didn't see the death penalty part. Yeah, he gets him as homophobic as you get. Yeah. So we got him in the corner of the zoo getting fucked by dudes. Joseph Stalin just starved him out. Just don't give him any food. Oh yeah, definitely. I'm still thinking about like things you can do that are kind of ridiculous to him. Like just, I don't. This is so redacted. I don't even want to say that one. But just putting a random person in there with him that makes no sense. Like, I don't even know who Trisha Paytas is, but I saw something online about her. Just put her in there with Hitler and have them react. Which that's not good, though. What he said. Because I think she'll want to have sex with him. I think it's pregnant. Yeah, she's going to have Hitler babies. Dude, that would be so fucked up if you're one of the people that you're a caretaker. Your job is to watch over Hitler. And, like, one of the people that works there gets pregnant. You're like, who's baby? Like, well, you would be worried for a second. Anyone that worked there that gets pregnant, you'd be a little worried that they had sex with Hitler. Or Genghis Khan or Stalin. But I think that Hitler and Stalin would be a lot worse than Genghis Khan. Because at least Genghis Khan could be like, look, I was old as shit. I had no idea that this was immoral. I was just fucking, look, someone broke up with me on a first date. But like Hitler and Stalin, they knew what they were doing. They're pretty bad guys. Oh, we do have some voicemails. I know you're going to go right now. Let me see. I listened to one of them, and here it is. Thank you. Yeah, nice message. I think there's another one. So I like that. I mean, Papa will definitely be fan again, so I'm not, just a good suggestion. I never heard of it. Shout out to you. Thank you for calling. 775-557-8667. Guys from Massachusetts. Yeah, I think it might have been that guy, Mark, right? Okay. She calls us from Thames. Yeah, go to the Thames. Let us know how it is. We also have Patreon, early access to Timbers Shop, our other podcast on that show. That's all I got, Bubba. And you guys gotta give it up to us, though. Construction was bad. Hell yeah. There was a lot of fun. Maybe 3 minutes continuous construction. Pretty good. Hell yeah, dude. They heard us. And listen, that's so funny. They started construction. Like, right when we started the podcast, they were like, once a week. Within the same time we started the podcast. Let's use the laziness that they have. Yeah, let's use that. Alright. Bye later. Alright guys, welcome back to the shop. You know, it's Memorial Day. Happy Memorial Day to all the homeless cats and everybody out there for all your service. Yeah, you serve all the clientele in the restaurant. People would be hungry without you. So thank you to Haphazard and Successful Egg, all the deleted accounts on Reddit. Yeah, got too dicey. Exactly. Yeah, the mods. Shout out to the mods. Nobody thinks that enough. I don't think so. You know, Thurman Merman. But anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 minutes of shops and start the timer. Play the G clip. You know, the mod heroes are Mongo, Lloyd, Christmas, JMB, ZF, Monkey Nose, Thurman Merman, and Smooth 5-0. These are heroes, people. Heroes. And, you know, some of them, it's probably more for veterans. I think they're still running. But if any of those ones, yeah, dude, I need a fucking tater top. What's a weed? Facts. Alright, let's see what we got here. The first post of today is from It Was Ramirez. Water weed. Dude, wow, that looks almost like I guess somewhere in Ireland or something. Irish blood. Yeah, it's doing hair, so they probably are hair shop. I don't even know. Well, there's their flag up on the top. I don't know what flag that is. Some kind of. But definitely in English because it's a sweet shop. And shop next to you. Okay. Also doing hair. Shout out to It Was Ramirez. This next one we've got is posted by Yogi on it. Slow Day in the Kitchen, so here's a classic. Best barbecue in America is indeed. In regards to food, I do feel, but in regards to the food in Denver, listen, man, the tour tell me I try food everywhere on the thing. I try food every place I go. It's not good. It's where he's from. It's so funny. It's not good. I try food every single place I go. I'm telling you, the best barbecues in Denver, Colorado. This face, he said, wow. That's the audience, not the same vibe. That's the audience when the comedian goes, they give it for John. It's literally the face you make with idiot bread steaks. Almost. I'm blowing your mind right now. Sitting up. Yep. What are they eating? 30 salad? Salad something. I've been everywhere. When eating Cody, if he does that big way on the next fight, I don't bad. I'm taking Brothers Barbecue. You're not a fan. Your brother barbecue, brother. You know how much you about? And I'm not associated with him. It's just my favorite barbecue. I paid the pretty weird. Stop hyping him up, bro. There's something about it. People believe me. As I say, shit, really needs too. There's brothers who traveled around America, tasted all the best barbecue spots, and stealing their ideas, and then making it their own. That's funny. I don't remember the stealing the ideas part of the Big British, because that's what shop used to always get. You know, criticized for is that you take other people's things, their designs and stuff like that. But British people doing barbecue, wow.
Ice kids. Oh, it's fantastic. I love it. Their food is like the protein kind of food is tough. So why would I have a British guy come here? Fair point. Fair point. But I've been in Memphis. I've been in Memphis.
These are all good points made by the other guy. I mean, he's right. Brendan Shaw's wrong. And I think Brendan Shaw realized at the end that he's wrong. I forgot about those. You know, it's Memorial Day. It's good reminders. Yeah. That's what all these chips living in. Yes. All these clips living famous. Someone said to post it for me. This is posted by 911 slasher Asher. Not to be confused with shitter throat slitter. The Mandrake.
I mean, it's funny, like, as much as I don't like it for personal reasons, like,
That's what I think.
what is it personal? You know, I mean, there was one time when my ex was, she had seen my act 1,000 times at the Comedy Store, so she's outside smoking with a friend. I come off stage, I turn around the corner, and he's draped all over my ex. Like, you know, he doesn't have a great reputation with women in terms of many things. And like, you just choose with somebody, bro. So, let's try your next set to be through a straw. You will you're in. And I'm not a tough guy. So if I say something like that, well, like I said, I believe one of this huge she had a business with she didn't have any issue from her age. She was just like, hey, he was pretty hard for me. This bad. He basically said it was a bad day. Which, you know, we've all had a bad days, but we're accused of assault.
Yeah, no, well said. He stinks. Shout out to those people.
Every time somebody mentions those people, they're always like, yeah, he's a kid.
Yeah, he is. Yeah. He talks about it. The Mandrake. Everybody hates Kelly. Yeah. We're at the first one, which is minute. Not yet posted. This one, Chin, am I hard on you?
How to dispose of evidence you're saying?
What's happening?
Shows to be hard on Chan. But he put Chan. The restraints. Why would I snap Khan's hat off, man? I love that guy when he snapped his head off. Am I hard on you, Chan? No. I will snap his fucking neck.
Why would he say that? Why would he say that? What? It would never make sense.
What? Would I be hard on each other? No. If you for yours says, what's a good age to get ready to have kids? I'm 24. Like, as we're doing it, Brent's obviously strong. It's like, throw me away. Don't run away. And eventually, you can see in the video, it's just me and Brendan, and then Brian kind of just leaves. Me and Brian against Brendan, he just leaves. And I'm so stubborn. So, he got me to like a weird thing where I'm on the floor one time. So, he kept going over, he goes, just tap away. Alright, fine, I tapped. It was already like, before she said.
I said what happened, and you said Brendan Bryan, I would say ego. I would say ego.
By the way, I'm gonna.
I don't get it. Like, at our age and older, I don't want to do shit like that. When I was recording with Tom and John or the Django Steam thing, JT started doing that with the producer of the show at the end. They were wrestling, and I was like, I would never, I'm going to break something, dude. It's just two, and then that's what happened. He hurt his fucking neck. Brendan can't even run. He hurt his hamstring running against Chappelle. They got to be careful. They work in a storage facility. They can easily hurt themselves.
What is the life insurance like at these storage facilities?
Oh, he's so funny. If Jim was well, I mean, not that he would die, but if she was married and he died, and his wife got life insurance because he got choked out by Sean, he died from Alright, this next one's posted by Rabbit023. It's called Slojo Thanking Papa for what's truly important after 14 years together in the biggest rock. Kids are blockbuster, I guess. Happy anniversary, my love, and 7 years of legal marriage. 14 together. Well, legal marriage is a weird way to put it.
That is weird.
Yeah, why put it a lifetime ago? Thank you for making sure I have the biggest rock so men don't get too close without knowing I'm taking.
Is there? Oh, there it is.
Small as bad.
Yeah, well, she wants to know that there's a reason for why they're together, and the reason is because they spend a lot of money.
That's exactly what a relationship should be. 1 second, let me take a note really quick. Biggest rock.
I know my man, Mr. Whole Foods.
Jelly Roll actually got his wife a huge ring made of baloney. Little fact, this is posted. This is posted by King Kind Experience 193. Whoa, is this copyright infringement? Doesn't count if it's Spanish, right? Instagram post generator podcast host with a promo picture. Ricardo Gill.
Interesting to choose that of all things. He's just licensing out his image to anyone.
Learn Spanish with Brendan Shaw. Great guy, never met him, but you'll do nothing. What do you think of this set? We criticized the set heavily before.
I guess it's better. This is better than one of those before, I guess.
It's on my series.
It's still like so haphazard and random. I'm now noticing the raccoon with the cigarette. That's interesting. Have we seen that before? I actually sent you that. You sent me that. That is a weird thing. If they know who we are, maybe they know. But what I'm noticing in the bag that is a little sloppy is the glow is in front of a random. What are those things? Funko Pop. And then something is behind the glow.
His phone.
It's his cell phone. I'm laughing at myself now. God. Alright, well, I'm ready.
You remember my Funko Pop theory?
No, what's that?
What school?
I wasn't schooling me on that, but
My Funko Pop theory is on YouTube. When you see somebody with more of the Funko Pop theory, it's their level of depression.
sure.
No. Oh, why? It's an important theory. People are actually on board with this.
I can see it for him, but some people just love Funko Pop so much that like if you go to their desk, they have Funko Pops everywhere. They're just like really into that shit. It's a life. You don't understand.
Bobby, please, well, close the words. You found someone. Driving my son to baseball practice. He's on my series. Garrett's got wild. I love Gordon. He's a brilliant mind when it comes to jiu-jitsu. Brian Shaw, Frank Grill, love Frank. I don't know Brian at all. I know Callan's close with him. I've never met the Giant, but I'm a fan of his as a kid.
Always been.
But we have Brian Shaw.
It's literally been
Find that in the house. And I'm Corey, the world's strongest man in the house.
His memory of fucking idiot.
Leading the marketing to backflip, posted by Ballbags Barry 69. Laughing at bro. I don't know. This is a very low post, but we're doing hot today since we recorded it out of schedule. Post by Chick Menudo. Word of advice to crit Chin's replacement. Let Papa open that package Chick claims is old studio equipment. Okay. The life of crimes at Chin's. Why responsible for the most expensive man? Wow, yeah. That's pretty awkward thing right there. Right. This was supposed to not yet. Papa asks PGL to move on. PGL explains eloquently why he doesn't. Okay, so dude, I have a sneaking suspicion that not yet is could be. Every video we see of his, it has all the telltale signs of a unique video.
What's funny about that is, maybe you're right. It is one of the neatest things you can possibly say to someone if they're not that they
think they're unique. And that's like, that's a diabolical thing to say, dude.
That's the narrative.
So I pray that I is unique now, not emotionally destroyed by what you just said.
You talk to all your like you think about every podcast usually they find somebody and be like, man, what else is he gonna talk about? What else is he gonna do? Brandon Day's also been 3 years, dude. You gotta move on. But tacos.
I do a lot of editing and what? Always like, yeah.
I talk shit to people. That's what they're like, yes, I'll call someone a faggot in my comments. Or something. A straight man is calling me. I use it not again. I'm like, I invented the language for years to like debate people who hate things. Like, this is my life. It's like, let's do this all day. I can type talk shit to you. I'll talk shit to you. Like, this doesn't stress me out. It's like, what video game?
I like how he says, out talk shit me. It's like the wrong way of saying it. He's full of shit. No, that's what I do. What the fuck, man?
That's social media. This isn't real.
Out talk shit me. I like that. I'm gonna start saying that. Are you trying to out talk shit me? You wish you could talk like me, BTL. I do. Sorry about that.
I'll post the exchanges to my story and be like, Brand goes on Hinge. I'm like, no, this is just like eating breakfast for me. Like, when you like out of context, you think I'm like raging out. I'm like, no, there's a smile on my face all the time. Because this guy's a fucking idiot. Even though he's gonna say next or when I'm on board. I don't use him on my face. Oh, I have lip fillers. Like, no. Discover my secret lip fillers. I don't have lip fillers. Sorry, I'm working super sloppy.
All the good points, oh yeah, with our eyes on Steve. That voice world, sure, what's next? Back to the big brown pig tail here. Just look at my special perspective. I watch this in my free time.
Just because something's getting views doesn't mean it's the biggest or best. So it's like, it's like my special. I think it's at 3 million views. It ain't a 3 million view special. You know what I'm saying?
See, it's not even that 3. God damn it, Brendan.
It's only 22 minutes long,
And that's why he's just so really special. It's only 22 minutes long. Yeah, because if it was longer, obviously.
But I can run on that. It's 3 million views. What's up? And people are like, yeah, I know. Dude, but you're in the comments. It's like, so for Jake Paul, it's like, 180 million views. It's like, Tyson is like, no, it's really good. Have you read the comments? Does that make sense? Does that translate here?
That's actually a really good metaphor.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah,
It's not a metaphor. It's a simile. That's like, it's been simile.
crop out the uglies, reset.
And thoughts? Just that still made it look like he had work done on his face before. There's always something new that I can see. See that. And I like that he's, being somewhat self-aware, but it's funny. In the self-awareness, there's a lack of self-awareness. It's not in there. Let's just take a gander at the newest comments on his special. Choose the dumbest. Okay, that's I've never seen or heard of. So this chick comment there. 100% ass. How can anything possibly be this bad? This is the last hour, folks. This one said that while we were recording. Props to the peeps that are laughing. I'm not a stand-up comedian, but I genuinely think I could do 100% of this on the fly with zero preparation. Maybe. Brittany Chop sucks at comedy and loves the facts. What a tool. This is really, really bad, really bad. Just reiterate, Sky Panda, shout out to you. The only funny parts were me reacting to how funny he thought he sounded. This makes me miserable. This is better than Burn the Boat. Nope, this ain't it. Bro, this thick branding is ridiculous. Well, it's not that, so yeah, it didn't get 3 seasons. Anyways, hey Bubba, just a quick check in there. Let's go back to Reddit. Something not yet post. Brenda sold Johanna's G-Wagon to some Saudi dude for a 70K profit. Is it all she said? Let's see here.
Something. Asking Peggy to buy something. I remember taking out money to drop him off at school in the lightning. Yeah. So for your first question goes, does Joe like to change out cars off the edge herself? No. No, she's the exact opposite. So there's nothing she loves more than a G-Wagon. It's her absolute favorite car. And during the pandemic, there was this scarcity and issue with, just creating G-Wagons. So the price went through the fucking roof. And my boy,
Creating G-Wagons. Like they never existed. I think it was like a making, manufacturing.
Greg at the time, who passed away, he was my ride or die car guy. He called me, and I think I paid like, I want to say like $120 for our G-Wagon. It was a G63 AMG G.
He died because Sean made him make a G-Wagon. He had COVID and passed away. He should have been out with his family. Meanwhile, Sean's face is like, come on, where's my G-Wagon?
Love that fucking car and shit. But before that, she just loves G-Wagons. Any year, whatever it is, that's her shit. She loves them. So Greg calls me and says, hey man, they're having a production issue with the G-Wagon. They're not coming to the States. The prices are double right now. I said, how long do you double? He goes, I don't know. But as soon as the factory gets ramped back up, the price is going to settle down. Dude, we probably get you double. I said, I'll put some feelers out. Boom. We got some Saudi dude offers like $190. I paid $120. Nice. We sold that shit fast. Literally the next day, that bitch was on a boat to fucking Saudi Arabia. I kind of regret doing that, especially at the time, because she loves G-Wagon. So eventually I do it someone off.
He's like, I regret doing that. Oh, he feels bad for ripping this high off. But then that's because his wife misses him. And so he ripped someone off and he pissed off his wife. For $70,000. Worth it. Yeah.
Gotta get her one of those. Again, she doesn't care if it's 10, 15, 13, 16, 17. Brand new, she does not care. She loves G-Wagons. I was sure about her G-Wagon. I don't fit in them great. They're not the most comfortable ride. That's nice, especially the inside, like the cab's tight for my big ass, but she fucking adores them. Like, that's her shit. As far as, I built up my excursion, sold that, the kids would do stuff about that. Built that lightning up, sold that, kids were pissed off about that. The lightning and the excursion, the two ones that they were mad. I'm mad at the excursion, dude. I can't believe you took it once. You found such a clean eye. Still look every day. I can find another. I tell my kids, don't worry, I'll get another one.
Now that you don't live in the San Bernardino Valley anymore, what street was your last house on? I grew up in Northridge. I'm just curious. Thanks for recording.
Should be 47 now that you don't live in.
Question. Yeah, this is a real fan. Yeah, well, if you were a real fan, and that's the line of questioning, what would you get pushed? Okay. Some people just start creepy, like, what school do your kids go to? But that question, that would be creepy just to get, no matter who you are. What street did you live on? Maybe that person hasn't been on the spectrum or something. Oh, yeah. I know that you're going to command a lot now, but what size underwear did you used to wear? Like, what brand? What brand and color of underwear do you wear whenever you go? I mean, we could do a lot of skits and bits. A lot of Patreon situation. On Patreon would be fun. The Patreon review, the Patreon. Alright, let's see. Here, so then, this is posted by Not Yet. Ladies up and down this timeline. It's post-Smack Done. Ian Hot Chin drops a Papa meme, and the producers discuss how podcasting doesn't pay the car bills.
So then, next Wednesday, are you releasing it for payments or payments? Paid a lot. I did a 48-month payment.
That's good. Okay.
Yeah. People advise to not go above 60. All those financial gurus,
I'm just laughing at that. Talking about car payment.
try to give you kids.
Yeah. God damn it. At least the one kid. Oh, let's see.
He sent me to automatically, and I'm like, no, I'm just gonna do that. And I'm even planning on paying it off sooner than that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I have a vehicle. Mine is like got 140,000 miles. Just cost me $100 to fill it up. No big deal. I do that roughly once a week. And I was taking Steph's car, which is a Tesla, back and forth to Calabasas, which is great. No gas. Even if I have to charge it, it's like $8. It's like 99 different. Obviously, you pay it all things. Yeah, exactly. The Nick had to thing.
What the fuck's how Nick goes like this when he says something he's pleased with?
Oh yeah, he's a whole vibe with it. Now he's gonna be so like aware of it this whole pod.
So is Chin in the woods? Is he really? I mean, he's at the storage facility for sure. I think.
I've been telling him like, do I pay my car down? I only have a little bit left on the loan payment. Pay it down, get rid of it, upgrade to a Tessie or something. But I'm like, I'm doing the whole thing of like analyzing all these different car prices, like how much it would it be to own a gas car versus electric. Everything, any electric option is like, you might as well have a Tesla because it's like you have access to the superchargers or whatever. It just, doing the whole car thing sucks. It's just so funny how differently we do things. I got pissed off and I bought a car online that will be delivered within an hour. And you are looking up and down. Have you thought about just riding your car out for a while down that space? Well, the difference is I actually owe more than it's probably that I would get for it. What's that called? Underwater? You're like,
But it reminds, it's what I'm thinking about during this is like all four of these dudes were involved in one podcast. It took these four guys to make TFK and all that other shit that they did. What were they doing? I don't know. Because they still left everything in there was bad. What was their job? We should get 4 idiots to do our podcast. Yeah. We can't pay one person. And it somehow makes our show worse. Yeah, when they're so bad, that makes our show worse.
water. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, so I still owe like a decent amount on the car, and if I were to trade it in, they'd give me like only a couple thousand for it. So it's like I'm still paying. I'm going to try to just pay it down as fast as possible. Is it the one like I've been in and stuff? Yeah. I have a silver like 2014 BMW. It's great. But it takes you. How long have you? I've had it for about. I got it, I think, in 2020, so I think maybe 6 years.
Hot chip easily, like, I was like, no, you suck ass. We don't even talk. No, I don't know shit about cars. Yeah, dude. This is early onset car guys. You know? Yeah. Next thing you know, you're walking, you buy a truck. You know, you're trying to walk chicks to your truck and get your dick sucked. Imagine buying a truck just to get your dick sucked. I mean, remember I told the story about how I bought the car. I did one episode on that, and I never want to think about it again. You told me to delete it. I was like, no, this is old stuff. Yeah, you can take it out. This one's posted by Sick Cards, bro. It's called Chompy Looking Out for Us Homeless Ones. 5-year-old dressed up as superheroes to help homeless cats because it makes him feel like he's saving the world. Oh, that's nice. Posted by MTV232. Has Muffin ever had a shorter-lived hobby than his 24 hours of archery last year? Oh, yeah, man. That was good. That was a good one. Archery thing was funny. Go hunting archery country hats. That's the whole biggest one. What? Some sponsor? Oh, merch, yeah. We gotta do merch when you get the chance. No matter what it is, every day. I'll be smiling about to people left and right. This is posted by Ostrich Smoothie. Why they allow him water? Why they allow him?
Like, I always wonder why they allow me to come on the Jerry and say stuff. I know a lot of stuff that I don't know what it unlocks. Well, it's easy to dismiss anyway. Yeah, who's they? I see. Dude, I'm smarter. And by the way, the LLMs. I mean,
AI. Very true. I've heard of it. The tech bros are all gonna come on together. Fucking Weinstein, why is this whatever his name is, bro? That guy does a lot. He's different. Cool story.
Wiggles and Joe.
Cool story, bro. But where's the fucking rain at? That's what I want to know. What happened to the good days of this fucking show? Where we got Rain and Magic Mind and Helix Mattresses. How can you do a show with them, right? This one's posted by Williams DJ01. Cam is on that blue scorpion milk and peptides. Sage Kennedy has reported that Cam Hayes too soft. Cam Hayes is a archer. I don't know who he is, but I don't know who saw this, like the drug testing. He ran 2 hours and 39 minutes for a marathon. A week later, he filed a ticket with the Kentucky agency. He says he's been in direct contact with the agency. 15 years old isn't different for a marathon.
Let's get for this episode.
Anyfest. Yeah, dude, I'm on my it's Big Browns, all frowns, being posted by Terps exclusive.
Let's get for this episode. I'll answer all the rest of your questions on Sunday's full Q&A. Thank you so much for all the questions. I love you guys. Thanks for tuning in. Make the show what it is. That's it, man. Welcome to Big Brown Breakdown. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. It's Gino, bitch.
So, every week we're going to at least one painted narrative. So, let's see if we can do top of the week now. Because for a while, do any video of some of these that we've already seen. So, we're just going to breeze through as much as we have again. We saw that one. We saw that one. We saw that one. Okay, here we go. Posted by Least Tangelo 8502. Rogan and Jamie both laugh at Shop's new show named during impromptu promo.
Of course you are. If you go to TubiI, missing 411 The Hunted, the movie's there for free. You guys go watch it. Check out Your Head's Gone Wild. It's my friend's show. Okay, so
This guy's like, alright, anyway, that's the worst thing about my show ever. The other guy just goes like nothing. He doesn't give a fuck, man.
fuck yeah.
He should have said fuck yeah. Not even gonna present. Of course, like, I don't know what that is, don't care. I'm not fucking co-signing something like that. Get the fuck out of here with that shit. This one's Icarus Lives. What happens next? Part 32. I already like did it. Let's see. What happens next?
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah. I need a fucking what's a weed? It was actually, someone rented me when I was a UFC fighter. Someone rented me.
For an 8-year-old's birthday party.
Rented me for 2 8-year-olds' birthday party. They sent me a limo, right? No, they didn't give me any info. At the time, I had no money fighting. They gave me
28 grand. Okay.
$10,000. They give me a limo. They drive me like 3 hours in the sticks on some.
Yeah, dude, that's awesome. I mean, I have no idea what he says, but that would be great.
Native American ranch, and it's these huge houses, dope ass houses, right? I walk in and it's like a scene out of Train. There's all these Native Americans in wife beaters, tattoos from head to toe, playing cards. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, there's a giant fish tank behind them. Now fight. There's a giant fish tank. Check this out. I go outside and the mom's like, oh, so glad you came, you know.
Like, too big for prominent feature of him using a straw to he's using obviously using a straw. The straws are gay, apparently. My kids are big fans. My husband's a big fan. I want it to be gay. It makes more sense. My kids are fans. That's for an 8-year-old birthday party. Why would you have them there? Or their dad is so bored during birthday parties, like, I need my entertainment. I'm a big fan of Brendan Schaub, who's not famous yet, apparently. Fighting. That makes sense, too. I think it was
Pussy. So this big fan, like, cool. Gives me $10,000 cash. She's like, we sneak here for an hour. And she goes, it's a UFC thing party. My kids love it. I go, how are your kids using Dwayne's? I was like, we're gonna pay. The kid comes out.
King's made it a UFC fighter. Or is it the octagon? Yeah.
It's made up like Dog Gun. It's all fighters on it. Then the kid, she gives them gloves and they start fighting. The kids and them start fighting. Straight up fighting UFC stuff. I'm like, oh my god, I want the fuck out of it. Oh my god. Then she's like, where is this?
Colorado.
This was way in the States. It's Colorado. No, it's California.
Oh.
Damn, I want to fight UFC.
Okay. I know, right? Damn. It's hard to because my memory, I mean, I vaguely remember talking about people fighting in a Native American or something, but I don't remember anything else from that clip. But it's classic.
Started to be like, oh, I guess I gotta go. Did he die?
I remember it. Custom suit.
Did he die in the river? Red or red? What do you call it?
Well, the rabbit.
What I call it? But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, man. All right.
I like to stick to this stuff for the most part, water and coffee. I like to like that season.
Do you drink a lot of water?
Oh, yeah. Never drinks water. Never, dude. The whole time a water guy.
Yeah, I never drink water. Never. Fucking happy. As a kid, I'm not happy anymore, correct?
Water's a myth. What? That's a Jeff hilarious quote. Water is a myth. I like that. If he says that, that's awesome.
I mean, when you word, it's a for anything, though. It's also a myth. So if you drink 8 cups of coffee, that still counts as fluids. It's a diuretic, that's still a fluid.
It's a diuretic, which means it's dehydrating you.
And you push it into it, still
It's gonna get kidney stones and stuff.
I feel great right now. I feel great right now. Although I was getting pretty sick from drinking so much coffee, so I throwing up and stuff on sides.
Well, Thursday, that means it's time for another edition of Ask Ellen. So Chris wants to know, is there any truth to the old saying, red sky at night, peaches, light, red sky in the morning, peaches, take warning?
I love this one. I've been waiting for someone to ask this. We've all seen a really gorgeous nighttime sky where it is just vibrant red. And we always say that saying, red sky at night, peaches, light. So is it true? Is there anything behind it? Well, let's start first with why we actually see a sunset.
When you reach out with a guy with long arms like Kevin Owens, he's so good at punches, I have long arms too. It's a peach's delight, you know.
The storms have already passed. That one actually holds true.
Just a lot. Wow, these are getting long. I like it. I feel like we just sat in the theater and watched the whole film. Yeah, it's like let's see what else we got here. Appropriate Duty 930 posted this one. The Chombies parent can't afford summer camp. I don't get this one. You can't afford summer camp. So they die. I guess. I recently watched the film Black Phone 2.
Hey, Mr. Aquarius, how are you?
I keep forgetting. I want to see that, so no spoiler.
I'm lovely. I had a really nice podcast today. Got another one tomorrow.
Right.
That's cool.
Right.
You ready?
Yeah,
How was your day?
It was good.
Excellent.
Yeah. I'm tired.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, come on, everybody.
No doubt.
Hey,
Look at you.
hey.
Look
And
at
another.
you. It's Aquarius. That's 2 strikes in a row.
Now we go.
I tried.
Hello, everybody.
How you living, big dog?
You see, there's a hell of a game going on right now.
I'm in the middle of the game right now, so I don't see it. But I'll take a look when I can.
It's the Cubs house. The Cubs, my team is St. Louis. And St. Louis Cardinals.
Excellent, big dog.
Brandon.
What's up?
Oh,
What's up? How you doing, Chris?
Hi, Brandon. Hi, Brandon.
How are you, Mr. Chris?
I'm good, Brandon. How are you?
Me?
You mean Brandon?
Yeah, Brandon. I mean, I'm tired, man. I'm tired.
Me too. Did you see what this called last night? I see what Eagle last night. Straight there.
Yeah.
I'm always here. Screenshare sports stand.
You're already doing the sports? Yeah. You're already doing the sports?
I got one cut doing the sports. And another cut is doing gaming.
Right. Awesome. Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Reload.
Well, I'm happy to hear from you.
How about hear from you, Mr. Class?
Thank you doing good.
How's life been going, Mr. Class?
Been good. This weekend. What about you?
Been good. We're dealing with the weather.
Yeah. Right here.
Yeah, I've been dealing with the weather. It's been holiday.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I've been doing that.
Yeah.
Look at you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good job.
Good job. So we have a great maker.
Get it.
0-1 right now. Up 81 right now.
All right.
Don't have to win.
Good go. Come on, Rabbi. Come on, straight.
Okay.
Crispy.
No one's touching you today.
I don't know why.
Jude says hello, by the way.
I missed it. Look at it. Oh, I said hello. He's doing okay. Did you tell him your joke?
Yeah, he did. He liked it.
No, that's good.
We never agree on jokes.
You got to move it out of the game.
And I told him to.
I know.
Comeback time. No. Tie. There we go.
You win, I win, you win. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Yeah, we both win. We always win. Every day out.
All day, every day, man.
Y'all lose the keyword.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, Rabbi, Put the branding. This is the branding. Where Lisa got to get Lisa got
Yes.
you're gonna have to get tomorrow. Get you some sleep. God's willing. Tomorrow, God's willing.
Okie dokie. Take care, Mr. Bird.
Great dreams. Great dreams.
So what the Cubs are at now?
What'd you say, Big Son?
What the Cubs are right now?
I'm not sure, my friend.
I can flip like that. Let's put it over. Let's go over the field. Alex. Rabbi. That's right, Brandon. You make me see the plates. You do us over there. I'll actually lay on my back and actually flip like that. Stay over. Yeah. Big old rocker. Come on. Walker?
Skip. Skip. It's fucking. Oh, it's bad? Oh, skip. Alright. Yeah, dude, so you're not missing out on much. I haven't finished it yet. It's amazing. I fell asleep twice. Wow. I watched it. I know it's on a streamer. The other day I was like, oh, that's out. You want to watch that? I was like, no. Netflix. Okay. Company. Yeah, a lot of good stuff on Tuesday. Yeah, Garrett's a while. Weird songs. How'd podcasting go? Peter Chase, The Iceberg, and Brendan Schaub and Brian Kelly on the Titanic. Excellent post from Lee Walker. You saw that one? Friday content. This is like, I couldn't even finish watching this when I saw it on my phone. Wow, it's just crazy. To the end. And like, the shows are running and I believe it. So it's gonna be a lot of songs when the DJ thinks he can outsmart me. This is her showing her ass, which is awesome. Yeah. Prince Royce, sorry. Yeah, no, that's awesome. At least it was good music. His scripts are really entertaining. Not just on her, but other people like this. That's like, and that's funny. I like that. It's like, because they kind of do that sometimes. Like, if you say something mean on threads, or are you sure you want to post this? They should do that to her with their ass thing. Because, like, you're a mom. Most moms don't post it like this. You know, they say other users don't post like this or whatever. They say it to her. You can turn the comments off of every post. Are you sure you want to post this? Alright. What are we doing? Being posted by Diego. Oops. Sean taught us a lesson. You know, a lot of things he does, they're stupid, but they're also like, yeah, I know I can. Maybe I would have looked to try that. And that's yeah, and you know, there's enough like literally athletes in the Western Conference Finals, Eastern Conference Finals, pulling injured. These are the most fit people of all time. Yes, and when they go into a full sprint, sometimes they pull a hamstring. Yeah, we're just two guys that do 10 minutes of shot. Our hamstrings are begging for us to go to a full sprint so that we can become sedentary for a little while longer because that's what our body likes to do. Yeah, that'd be scared. Very scared. I'll rip my fucking hamstrings back off. Nobody's off for chin. Vodka proposal good news. LVK proposal good news. I don't think we've seen this yet. I'd like to know this from a family and friends again. Just an early weekend. Yeah, that's easy. I mean, 13 to 20th, though. You guys want to just go to the dark? Sure. We can take a break. I've never, and that'd be kind of cool just to have a week off. But either way, I'm gonna miss. I always miss working, so we'll still have to go great down. But fun job to take a week off. So that's pretty good. We also have banks and stuff. Yeah, I'm looking forward to having some. We'll figure it out. Yeah, no crazy plans. I want to actually. That's just the worst podcast ever made. Yeah, like that. It's probably a broken record saying this, but that could be set off. Just playing it real quick. What you want to do? Just sing. Yeah, well, yeah. It's pretty smooth. Yeah, absolutely. Alright. Honestly, shit, don't show up for a week. What are they gonna do? Please? I fucking doubt it. Dude, yeah, if you want to see your family, check this your family. Please, for the love of the cameras right here. Shop won't even know. That one switched. Shop won't even know that he's gone. He'll just show up and think, oh my god, they overdid the whole thing. Where's the video? Shop's doing podcasting without the recording on. Yeah, it's Chip's sleeve. They're not gonna notice. Anti-erotic schools papa on being a baseball dad posted by Not Yet. See what I'm saying? This is definitely. Great basketball after big in tennis. What do you say that? There's two things. There's one, whenever you think your kid is really good at something, just travel a little further. Wow. Right. So like you see the kids in our league, wow, like what a great there's how many kids are in your league? Are they the best 10 in their league, so therefore we think they're awesome? Yes. Are there 50 teammates like that in the state? That's true. So then it's like let's apply math to excellence a little bit, and like let's stress test against that. The worst question I get asked all the time is how many hours a day did you train? Wow. And I was like, I don't know. When I was 9, I could hold my attention for like an hour. And what I think is, how many hours can you play before it becomes tedious and not fun? Like some kids play 3 hours and they love it the whole time. Wow. You're doing a disservice to the kids that have an hour and a half. You're making they feel terrible about the last hour of practice. And you can say, let's build 5 minutes. Right? But because some guy you asked who used to play sports says 4 hours, you're going to go do 4. Like, there's different kids progress at different times. They're ready for things at different times. There's not like a stock answer. And yeah, the other thing that I'll say is like, if you're a parent and you're guiding your kids, control the controllables. Right? If something happens when he's called out on strikes, the conversation can't be for the rest of the day that ref sucks. Right? It has to be. Wow. You're gonna get one, you're gonna lose one. Like, what did we do well that we can control? Right? Did you show up? Were you warm when you went in? You know, were you one of the first ones that's ready to throw when the time started? Like, if the conversation centers around the stuff that's in your control, and you get 95% of those right, you're gonna have a lot more days that feel like wins. I can get it. So that's so good. Gosh, that's good. Yeah, that's total bullshit. The best dads you want your kid to think of sports, and I know this because I was really good at it, is one, ask yourself, is there a cubby? Is my stuff in the cubby? Can I hang out at the cubby? Have I yelled at the referee to stay? Did my son get a fat kid to hit a home run off him? Did I yell at him after that happened? You're done. Okay, so for today's baseball lesson, is it an umpire or is it a grumped umpire? Is this guy suck ass or is it good? Yeah. Absolutely. Don't even swing your hardest if it's a grump umpire because they're gonna strike you out. Yeah, they're gonna strike you out anyway. So like, I gotta get on the field. Actually, my man inside the umpire field, so he can do that without me yelling at him. And if you're gonna hit, flip the bat as hard as you can. I want to have 4 flips on. I want that bat's hamstring to be straight. Because they have a DNA that maybe Andy Roddick doesn't get it because he plays tennis. But like my kid, he has a DNA where he can succeed. So maybe it's just a game for him or whatever. And it's like for me, it's a little different. It's like, no, I get it. But I'm like, I'm going to tell my son that Andy Roddick more like Andy Roddick. Because you're hot. Definitely posting things. I like that you guys watching your dad. Yeah, well, you know, when you're dedicated, you gotta watch it all. You gotta dig deep. We saw that one. Papa quit the golden hour. Excellent question posed by CP2075. Weird CP thing, but Chris and Eric started passing. Let's see. I think we don't need any more bubbles in there. Yeah. Let's take a little break. Because now, this one's posted by not Angel Waters.
Ever paid our podcast and others? There he's right there. Well, missing, defrauded that I know about. Me and my friend was up to like $1 million.
No way. What is he doing right now? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm glad that I don't have to be involved with him anymore. We have a guy who allegedly stole a bunch of money from us a few.
The podcast, okay. Yeah, also did a great job. So now Brian gets confused by glass. Did you watch them? I feel like we've seen see how cool is Brian Kill. Like biological terms or okay. Well, what do you use? So show business. What do I play? I can play anywhere from 30 to 40s. You think you can play 30? I don't know. I you think you can play what I play? I think it's what's called a soft filter. Right. Yeah. Yeah, especially if I had a glass in the wake up. You know what I mean? A lot of what holds you back is so a lot of the back you can't believe that you have that. A lot of throwing away again in this one. Oscar just tossed it in. It's supposed to be like a bit, but it's too real. It's like that's how people treat Kalen when he shows up. They just toss it costume in his face, like a cow costume, put it on a guy, boo, or you get beat, move for the camera. That's what the director said now. Right, so let's be honest, it ages me. I've lost a lot of hair, but I want you to go to surgery. Well, I have. I've looked at, I'm sure Martin needs a condition for you now. I make a fortune. And look, I want you to watch now what happens to my face. Watch what happens to my face. So, do you see how young I look all of a sudden? Isn't that crazy? Yeah, I don't know, I'm not 30, but 40 to 50. You can play 40. Yeah, I can't hair like that. Right, what are they aiming for? Dude, I want to do that so bad. I can cast with something like a movie show just for a costume. The dog costume. You're a wolf for me. You're playing the trees. I'm glad it's great with the bottom here, but mentally he's in 2016. This one's called Busted by Willem Dakoe. Something I'm glad he's back to. We kind of have expectations. Well, you got it. I'm the kid on the porch, baby. You got a 38? No. College, what, 31 now? Yeah, he was 36 or something. Now he's 38. No way, he's not 39. There's no reason to hide me. I think he's older than me. But time flies. Time flies, though. I'm sorry, 37 is living longer. See what I'm saying? And by the way, he's about to be 38 when he fights another 30. That's true. That's true, Mike. Okay. And that's a lot of miles on a 38-year-old. So if you're expecting all the miles, it's all the miles. Yeah, sure. I think about that in all my fights now. I try to only get in fights with other 4-year-olds. Escaped Goat is back. You'll do nothing plus listening to that. Gave in to OJ's defense team. So he was like, Xavier used the word, and he was like, next thing I know, like, the job on the scapegoat for OJ. He's like, and that is not the case. Chris Rock was just kind of the scapegoat from all the things more of it's like scapegoat to go. They don't have much control. Well, give that same energy when transgenders can go to the bathroom. Yeah, sorry. A little peek behind the curtain. We recorded a Patreon episode earlier, so we're at like Joe Rogan. Episode today. Yes, we're at 3 hours. Imagine talking like the whole time we were recording, you could be talking with Aaron Weinstein. Joe Rogan. Oh my God! Imagine how much more you can do. Yeah, because you have to keep it alive. He's just over there going about, well, you know, they don't. I know a lot. Then you have to be like, what do you know? He won't just say it. Right. We're talking about people really ask me a question, maybe a scientific recording. Sure. What do you think about, like, the sky? Wow. So you're looking at the sky. And the polymers, like, those those are way more interesting, Cody.
The telomeres in mice.
I heard the telomeres in mice are bluer than the sky. Did you know that? But you're over here asking me what the sky looks like.
Yeah, what do you say back to that?
But yeah, we've been recording for 3 hours. We did a whole episode of Jelly Rolling on the fucking Patreon, and the Roadcaster attacked us because our Roadcaster does love Jelly Roll. So, but that'll be up there. Thanks to all you guys coming through and saying hello to us. You know what I mean? It's Memorial Day weekend. So we're going to go to the beach right now with some baddies and a G-Wagon, and hopefully walk into a different truck. You know what I'm talking about there? Yes, that's welcome beach. There's a motel next to the beach called Trump. So hopefully we'll walk into the truck. Wow. Sorry, I mentioned this. It's fine.
That's social media. This is it.
You know what I'm saying? Nope, see you next week. Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. I'm your host, Victor Wembanyama, joined also by my co-host, Joe Weisman. Here's Mars. Weisman getting social eyes and eyes, but also he had a horrifying injury. Anyways, that's not why you're here. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Start the timer. Play the chin clip. Nice. Aggressively start the timer. You know, you gotta have the timer going. Okay, it's important to the show. It keeps us honest. 10 minutes only. We never even go a second over. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying that's what we do.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. No one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby.
What else is most important for the show? The soundboard. Hit me with the sound. Oh, Bobby, bro. There's so many sounds. It's because it's funny, you know, to get you waiting, stressed out. That's the way you function. I heard like 75% of people tune in just to see if we got more sound yet. Not that you did. Yeah, one guy was saying that like that he was like, it's so funny that all the soundboard or half the soundboard is from that name. Yes, man. You know what I gotta say to that? Bot. You fucking bot. On scam. It's not your fucking thing. This one was posted by Quattro Patas. That means 4 feet. I'm telling you. 5'8". Look at that's not 5'8". It's just so funny that the idea that the chair would be bigger than him. Obviously, that's not true, but he's like sitting down and he looks like that, but that's awesome. That's a good idea for me. It's somewhat creative at heart. Let's see what we have here. Did Toad just say he was politically homeless, posted by 12 washing beard? I mean, this is a very diverse group of people. Both aisles are speaking. Why? I mean, not that I care, but it's funny that he's the only one not in a suit. He stands out with his black shirt. You don't want to do that ever since Zelensky came in with his black shirt. Oh, yeah, he got roasted by Trump. And it's one of those shirts that Joe wears that's, I can tell even from there, it's one of those like crazy big dress shirts. I was going to say that it's long. Yeah. I'm like, why does it need to steer than that? That would be more normal. Yeah. But I guarantee you, dude, you will wear that chair. It's a fucking, I don't even know how to say it. It's a fucking smock out of there, dude. You're blowing that chair, there's handcuffs for sure. He's handcuffed until he's behind the chair. there's a lot of sureness in it. It looks, you're right, I agree with you, it looks normal, but it's not. There's no cheats. Isn't that weird that I've never seen somebody talk about his chicken. I guess, yeah, it's almost like he's an advisor or something. Like Trump says what he says, and then when Jared talks about the rest of Ibogaine, he's the head of the Department of Comedy. The Department of Comedy. He's right next to his boy, the Commissioner of Comedy, the cock. Alright, let's see here. Yeah, this has made me laugh really hard. I don't think I watched it with the sound on. You don't really need sound for this one, Daddy. It's hosted by Money 7 I. Where is that guy? Was even included ever since this came out. It's called Doesn't Matter the Activity, She'll Find a Way. So these videos, and what it reminds me of is like, now I wouldn't know this, but you have an Instagram that has a certain algorithm. You go to the search function, and it's like, I actually don't know what that's like. I've seen it. No, it's like either. I will say this, I know it's happening, and I made the record to use Instagram like that. Okay, and I was like, oh my god, it's really bad up there. That's how I know that it's Instagram, the record to use Instagram. I reset it. But yeah, so you're saying that she's check this out here.
I'm working out and taking my peptides.
Shake your ass. Somebody almost at one punch.
Has been a game changer for me. Peptides have actually been a game changer for me because they literally.
That little jiggle, so it would be really funny to like box and your butt does that. A great boxer with just a ridiculous ass. Triple G, well, double V. Come in, what's the Colombian guy? That guy has just a fucking huge ass that just waves, shakes when he fights. Double BL, BBL, Triple G. And at night we fuck each other. It's just like, I guess the punching comes from the legs, right? Because punching the legs. So maybe she's just that's very formal. I have no idea whether it comes from the legs or not. I think it's like the twerk and your waist or whatever. It's like your waist is right. So that's what she's doing. Okay, as you can see what she's doing. The waist is twerking. Just looks like a cartoon. Saturday morning cartoons for like 40 years. Somebody's gonna stop it, honestly. Like the government should intervene. Maybe that's why Joe Rogan was at the White House. It's funny to just do a serious point. Joe Rogan was like, I have a problem with my wife's friend or my friend's wife. She's like, what she's doing. Ibogaine is the only thing we're gonna give her Ibogaine. Joe's like, she's got a fat ass. That's all it is, Joe. I would love to see Trump talk to Trump. You'll have it one day. This is Happy 420 Chefs from his 08730. I think it's a joint backwards. Damn, the Zoom got me. That's great. That's very funny for the show. That would be great if he lit up a cyclone backwards. Which one is the cyclone? No, it's a cyclone. Oh, if you did it in real life? Yeah. Oh, you know what? Marijuana shop. He hasn't done that one. Pot shop. He had like stoner shop, fucking tie-dye. Dude, I've always been a weed guy. I've been smoking weed forever. I'm like a weed dad. Just chill. It wouldn't really match his persona, but it's so much better after you eat barbecue. He gets it backwards. I take totally everything, like all the stereotypes. I take sativa to fall asleep, indica to wake up. If I'm writing comedy, then I'm on indica for sure. You ever take an edible and it works really, really well? And then you take more and it stops working? What's up with that? It's fucking weird. was at the airport and I hit an edible and I got really high from the first one. So I was like, I'm gonna take a second one so I'm not so high. That's he takes another one to make him less high. More dosage makes you like more pleasure. Dude, Brian, I went to something like I said. Brian, I went to the dispensary yesterday. Hey, guess what? No pun intended. They were a huge fan. They listened to the show. They had T-Fat K on the screen. I was getting my weed. They called you a rapist. You can't go there, Brian. Sorry. She's scared. She's scared. She has to hear you. They don't let 75 girls in there. Comment below if you smoke weed and watch our show. That'd be very interesting to see demographics there. Yeah, that's one demographic YouTube doesn't give you. That it would be very, what's it called? Useful. Yeah, and also Gerardo's a cop. Not a cop, truly interested. It's not a joke. Can't do a 405 single rep, but can do 350 for 20 reps from Clint Puller chips. So I did see this post. I don't know if it's on Chains this week. Yeah, so they all got together on a YouTube video and doing 405 pounds. That big. Yeah. And their arms were very spaghetti salad. Water is a shop created posted by Computing Time. I feel like it's sounds unnecessary, but you'll see what happens. What do you think happens? Well, I remember we watched another one where she sat on it. Okay, yeah, you know, she's about to sit on it. And anything with short hands, right? Just, she's sitting, yeah, right? I would have like, maybe seen this exact one, but I wouldn't be surprised if they're my name. Yeah, I just watched it on my own. I did this on my own time. I mean, how tall is she? Because it doesn't count. She's less than 6 feet. Okay, so this sucks, obviously, but hear me out. Devil's assistant. If you're going to sit right there and you're sitting on top of this cock, you know what you're going to say? No, my bad. Okay. I was going to say, like, at least this shows that they are, a close couple. I think they spend a lot more time together nowadays than they have been, and that's great. That they're like, they're producing horrible content, but they're in love, I think. Maybe that's how I look for. I'm in love with each other. Right? Yeah. Or you get an enough shot. Or I'm watching Exorcist. I am white as shit, Alice. She also didn't tweet why she's looking like she constantly staring at her ass. It would be so interesting if this became successful. I mean, it's possible. I see a lot of stupid shit out there. We can check it as a shot. People watch the show. We can just see when he uses the term project. Alright, let's see what this is. Jimmy is having the beautiful project posted by CDPS. It's on Reddit. And it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. Dude, you can never guess. You can never guess, dude. Social media, this isn't real. Oh my god. You think it's ever, oh no, he's legitimately insane. Now, no guess in a million years you would ever got this. You're trying to say legitimately. You wouldn't know that. Don't pretend like you would have known that. It sounds like a high school nickname. Legitimately insane. It's possible. Anything is possible. We got another shot. Can you do it one more time? It's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. So he couldn't finish the word. Legitimately insane. I thought maybe he tried to finish it. Wow. But no, that's legitimately redacted. Jimmy's pretty good. That's legitimately. If you do it on purpose, I kind of like it. Where he doesn't go to how much after this because I'm legitimately hungry. Possibly, dude, I want to. Jimmy might want to go get a flaming yum. It is connecting the dots like everything's making sense. We can literally speak in Shabbos all day now. Makes sense. Then it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. Just like the shoulders being just a little closer to the neck than usual, too.
And it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane. And it's like, oh no, he's legitimately insane.
That's me. You tell the cops about some guy that's legitimately insane, and then the cop doesn't know whether you're also legitimately insane.
He's legitimately insane.
Legitimately insane. That was great. I don't know why there's how many as much upvotes as it should do. Shout out to you. This is attachment here. Boozy Melody 10 million has had the attachment there.
It's like, hey, remember that time? You're just talking about old stories, you know? So it's like, me and Brian haven't had the conversation. I think we should go down to once a week. My passion and focus is SHOT Show.
Yeah, SHOT Show's real important. Legitimately my favorite. Yeah, I don't know when it happens, when it's recorded, how often it is, or I'm just now realizing it's still going on. But it's super deep. They kill me. Oh, I was talking about our SHOT Show.
Our show?
I know what our show is. We legitimately know what SHOT Show is. Oh, yeah, it's true. It's like, dude, you have SHOT Show, we have SHOT Show. Everybody SHOT Show.
Yeah, Jude and I have talked about this. It's for me. I don't know how Jim feels about it. I don't know.
Doesn't that bother you sometimes when somebody's talking about their passions? I don't care about your passions. Did you not get English? That's your job. Tell me about what you really want. That's like, man, did you even stay in the whole show? Yeah, what's he thinking? Like, but my passion is the SHOT Show. It's like, oh, just because our show sucks. Because your passion is the SHOT Show. You know what I mean? You think that's how Jim feels? I feel like Jim's on a leaf in the wind. A leaf that gets $100,000. That's crazy. I mean, I don't think that. Probably not. I don't know how to use that. How much does the show make? Rabbit hole. I know how to go down it, but it's not accurate. Let's see.
Here's feel about it. It's like, because if I'm a kid, like, dude, we've had a fucking epic run.
It's so funny how happy he gets when you talk about him being the show. He's like, we did great things. Imagine how awesome you would be to end on top. Jimmy happy.
You're talking.
Really glorious too. He's just doing the trucks. Showing off. Because of how into trucks he is, dude. Oh yeah. The sweet nectar. Tyson uppercut is supposed to this. I watched this one. He's on a map. I got thick eyes. I smell iron pasta. Shut the hell up. No, it's legit pronounced tiger. Shut up, fucking 48% Japanese blended whiskey by Nick Schwab. Everything is so funny. It's like he gets Gadoosh. It has nothing to do. They're not even trying. It's multiple Gadooshes every time someone makes fun of him. They say his name wrong, but it also says 2 stars out of 5. And 48%, which whatever, I mean, is that alcohol? What is 48%? Because it's 89 grams, so 48% alcohol. Yeah, okay, I was about to say, it says a feeling great. But it just 29 reviews. You were telling me it's legit good, right? I don't really remember. I don't remember. I think that Walsh said it was like 5. It's not bad. It's whiskey, and I think it's probably better than Evan Williams. Ex-MMA fighter. He's an absolute loser. You're talking about Brendan Schwab. He's the He's like sexualizing the cat on the map. Oh, right. It says, the tiger. This is the only one that's in caps. Thickest 3C's big cat on the planet. Why have they got the word tiger in the Japanese? A Japanese cheeseburger. That's not paying off. I'll take the Japanese one. Come on, Tom. That sauce is fucking rancid. Oh, yeah, man. Oh, fuck, that's bad, man. What's this thing they come on you, but he's like disgusting. British alcoholics immediately think they're smarter than Jeff. Sure, this is like yogurt or something like that. Big weird, you got big ass broken chopped hat. You should like Shop, but even him, he can't. I think Shop's an idiot. Yeah, this is a real 15th seed versus 16th seed. You know what I mean? I get that at one at a time. Just hold Shop, I'd say stick to company. So I have that too. Just for one drunk. Captain Morgan, you know, pineapple. Oh, gee, is good. The tiger is not a wonderful thing. Blank, 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 blank. Almost 80. High enough taste might be okay for $10. Oh, see. So what do you think it is? Something blank. Has a ton of stomach. I got C in my balls. Yeah, polish removing sharp jabs in throat. Battery acid, and I'm gonna say C. $60. $60? Yeah! So that's a full redacted sentence, essentially. If I want to use battery acid, I'll say acetone and the stomach ache. I'll take it. 3, 2, 1. So in the middle, what is one? I guess I should have had someone I thought would be funny. I should have guessed that. That's a line of top priorities. Cheers! Isn't that funny how, people like alcohol and feel like the effect it has? And so they're willing to like be okay with how bad it tastes sometimes. Right? Yeah, like your first time drinking whiskey, you're like, oh my god, that's horrible. And you're like, with your friend. You know what I mean? Yeah, and then you're like, I want that feeling. You drink good whiskey, you get this, oh, jeez, and then you just kind of get used to that. That's how bad this whiskey is. These guys have had so much alcohol. They want more, but not that bad. Or they're just trying to get clues. It's British chops. I think they know a little bit about it. They were not surprised yet, but wasn't enough because I thought it would be used. Oh, you get my shit. I was wrong. I don't like these guys at all. I watched this once and I was like, I'm British Schwab. Yeah, same exact thing happened here with you. Yeah, I'm British Schwab because it's always fun. But these guys suck ass. You know? I'm glad we're not accepted on chains because we don't suck ass like these guys do. What? Just kidding, we suck ass. Brendan sucks more ass than I do. So, hey, man. I need a tip jar once. You laugh at my joke about your friend getting fucking pussy, dude. Which friend? When you're putting sludge on the bench press and helping her sit on his dick. I thought you were, I understand. I thought you were saying that, like, somebody was sitting on my dick or something. No. Your friend lays on top of you while you bench press and you're moving sludge right there. On top of his penis. I'm moving. Wait, who's bench pressing? I'm bench pressing. Brendan Chop is bench pressing. I'm so confused. The video of them. Yeah. Okay, but how? Why am I involved? Oh no, I was saying like with a chick. But there's no other guy where your homie's laying down because you can't really move your dick's not even your chest where your bench press. So your homie has to lay down there. On top of me, you can put on one plank in between or something, you know? If you're homophobic. I still don't understand. I'm basically just saying, like, help your friends. It's no fun unless you're bench pressing and your homie's kidding. So I'm bench pressing and my friend is lying on top of me having sex with a woman. That's right. Well, slow Joe. I'm slow. You're right. I'm slow. Yeah. Alright. I'm kind of still that. I didn't know you didn't know what I meant when I said it. I thought it was like two guys. Now they're doing like an fucking joke. No. Yeah. I would never make a gay joke. Oh man, I'll cut all that out. What happens next? Part 27. Post by Nicholas Lives. Yeah, look at us now, dude. DTS or no DTS? It's one of the owners of Fit Boy Studios.
coders? Hodor. So, bro, sorry to know. That'd be like a good, like, you know, those animation stand-up videos. You put Hodor in a, like, business suit. It's not Hodor. He's got those big cheesy 80s songs. Hodor. So, Hodor. It's like other stocks. Empire itself. He's the genius. That might be the funniest thing of all time. That would be like funny outside. We do a sketch about him on Tuesday with this, the Mo Prophet, and I put Hodor as a stock guy. And people just interpret what he says. He never gets it wrong because people just interpret whatever he says is the right thing. How does he know what's going up and down? He is a man that just is consistent as a rock. He's and I'm not saying I'm as smart as Steve Jobs, but Steve Jobs has been Apple. That's right thing right now. For sure. Because right. Imagine Steve Wozniak was a huge TNK fan. Yeah, that would be amazing. But how does he get to mine, dude? I don't know. Mike Wazowski from Monsters Inc. You watched a lot of Monsters Inc., dude. I see. I missed the bottom. That is the Monsters Inc. Oh, yeah. Okay, Mike Wazowski. Mike Wazowski with the one. All right, that makes a lot more sense. It would be a lot more disturbing if that wasn't. He was the one to do. Steve Wozniak shit. Put your ways, get here. Steve Wozniak. Under my Steve Wozniak. This is good podcast. Why did they go back to this? If only that tons of views. They need to get a new guy in there. You know, like a new general manager. And be like, guys, we need you to continue telling us what shit is like to you guys. And don't ever do your references. Don't come in with references. We're starting recording right now. It's fast. And the next thing you know, Steve Jobs. Hey, okay, let's get that. Maybe that is a working general manager. Like, can you help me? Come on. He's like, nah, dude. He's like, I don't know. It's like, can you help Bobby? Nah, but he's my best friend. How about Candace Owens? Anything. Get twisted. Look good twisted. Papa is nicer than Jobs. Yeah, he's a nice guy. Definitely not smart, and much nicer. And I also used to yard. Yeah, Steve Jobs was a prickly, a bit of a man cactus. I call him man cactus. Yeah, I'm on shit. Earlier, I took a man poop. Oh, dude, I've been being constipated all day, dude. Really? I mean, that's rough. My man to visit the rest sounds mad difficult. I haven't been constipated in about 15 years. I can't remember what being constipated feels like. Yeah, you're always taking man food. I'm not even. My body's built of fiber. And I'm not keto. Well, you're taking Vyvanse for your man creams, right? I am taking Vyvanse for my man creams. And, man, it's not working. It's a man Adderall. Okay. There he was. Looked at this shit. Tall. It's all the same picture. What the fuck? Wozniak now in a wheelchair. Oh, I saw him the other day. Definitely big. No, he's balling. He was just doing some fucking interview. He's so ripped. You son of a bitch. You've been doing some. Where were you at? I was in Indianapolis, Brendan.
Show. That's Code Shop Show this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook officials. I think he's brother right. S-C-H-A-U-P. That would be good. Let's see if he gets it right in a second. Show. That's Code Shop Show this Saturday at DraftKings Sportsbook official sportsbook partner. It's a name. Brian Counts fans for races all the time. Chantel Merriman is so ridiculous because like Merriman's obviously a strong, right? Loves to have a mini switch. And then Chantel Marmont is so famous. It's so like anyone who's ever lived here knows it. And you look at it and it looks kind of weird, the word itself. So it's just a little bit of this. Yeah, but correct wrong is wrong twice a day. That's right. So she ready to cover that up. This guy 5 minutes and fucking hotel names right? All I'm saying is that the service to the well, it's like 4 actions. The golden hour is not just action. No. He's right, yeah. Okay, it's not true. I like how you laugh. What's for the you had these 3 shows? Which ones would you I'd probably stop doing golden hour. Yeah. Because, you know, if you do golden hour, all your friends are going to be like, and I already have enough of that. The shop show is pretty embarrassing, but it's his own show. And it's not that doesn't need a real Ryan, but we also have to because it's just and then again. Shop show's really the only show where he doesn't do it's fun up with everything. They're like, you're gonna do that. I'll just focus on Instagram. And my wife, you know, that seems to be the least fucking dangerous thing, I guess. You know, I'm basically very passionate about it. Do they get a lot of views? That's the next question. It's Timmy or Shadow Man. Yeah, I'll just sing Shadow Man. Busy Mill 810A posted this. Papa decided to pop off about Brian on his podcast. Again. She's not one of these actors that just says, oh my god, poor me, I'm the victim, it's never gonna be the same. When I walk in a room, everyone's thinking this. She's a fucking fighter. We're cut from a different cloth. Y'all fucked up. And every actor, comedian, if you were wrongfully accused, you were shamed for a tweet, something said on a podcast, and you were canceled years ago, take a page out of fucking Gina's book. Get your Gina Carano.
It would be so funny if he had said instead of take a page out of Gina Carano's book, he's like, every actor who's done this, who's done that, all of them are innocent. Everyone. Don't believe victims.
Get your shit together, pull your socks up, tie those boots tight, and get to fucking work. Look at Gina. Look at Gina. She's the face of it now. But she's a fighter. Y'all are fighters. And maybe she can inspire you to get your shit together and get over it and move on.
He's talking to himself.
And prove them wrong. That's
It's funny. It's like he's looking for that moment in the movie where he like finally gets through to Brian, and Brian says the funniest thing of all time, and then slow motion laughing. He's like, yeah, he's got to say the right thing to get it back to them being the number one podcasters in America. What would that be? He's gonna keep looking for, and I like the movie. Right? He's trying to do the Al Pacino thing. We fight for that itch. But I don't know if Chavez did it. It's tricky. Yeah, Chavez more like Chateau Marymount than a speech that's going to lead to success. Yeah, he's more Marymount than Al Pacino for sure. Let's see what they got here. Lenny Manolo, 2020 or 201. A delusional and defeated Papa rewriting history as he sees it. Let's see. This is small.
It is what it is, man. You know,
So crazy.
I know it's a sad story. You know, we're pioneers in the space, especially as a duo. The first professional athlete ever to have a podcast, and we're really the first duo.
I can't imagine it's him. Yeah. The first, when did they start? 2015, 14? You gotta be something before John. Yeah, look it up. But it is funny. He just always says shit like that. Yeah. First, I want to start doing that. Oh, fish. I also love how he starts, where he's just going, man. It is what it is, dude. It's just, the other day, AJ Hawk. Is AJ Hawk a skateboarder? NFL. Tony Hawk. This is AJ Hawk in 2014, JJ Redick in 2016, and Brandon Marshall. I don't know when though. I'm surprised. I guess I thought that podcast. Like, that's when podcasts started. I guess that makes sense. Almost nobody had a podcast when they did. I mean, like he's so irrelevant. Gemini's not looking into his AJ Hawk really is the first time I remember that was Brendan Schaub the first. Oh man, that's his name. Let's see. No, he was not the first. Brendan Schaub's podcast career. Okay, so he was the first. No way, really? If AJ Hawk's the only other one, Brendan started in 2013. Alright, well I take it back then.
That's social media. This isn't real.
It is indeed social media. So yeah, let's keep that in mind. Yeah, facts. That's kind of interesting. That does not a good look for podcasts. Not a good look for Bob. I mean, he should be ahead of the game. He's very behind. Yeah, so he was like way early adopter and still failed miserably. Oh, we love those.
Podcasting, so we've inspired a lot of people. We've put a lot of people on.
Oh, here we go. Damn, they're gonna condition you live. What's your phone? AJ Hawk. Oh, dude, look at that. You got the active. He's right though, you know, all these athletes with podcasts now, they always say Brendan Schaub. Yes, Jello started the podcast called Buds and Duff. It's like an actual gateway. We got a Latino version coming out of a podcast called Demo Bread with Demo. Alright, well, he was the first, so let's give him credit where credit's due. Brennan John Heat and his wife wants him to fight again because they weren't related. Joe wants Bob Pop to fight bare knuckle.
Pushing out, kick out, starch, whatever. But you don't see the after effect, the side effects after. And Charles turns to his dad, who's with him, it's heartbreaking. He goes, my head. And I'm like, he's such a vet. He's been in a million fights. He goes, I've never felt this pain in my head. I'm thinking, oh, fuck, his brain's swelling down. But they took him.
She said it's your wife because she still wants to see you can do a fight.
No, she was like, I feel like you can tear some of these guys up. I'm like, yeah, so I'm like, let's hit our fest. Like, that's the after effect. When they're like, one of the guys in a car accident, one of the guys, I don't know about that, but one of the guys won. I'm like, look at him, broken hands, fucking, this is what it is. Like, you see the paycheck and the knockout and the lights, but this is what it is.
Yeah.
This is what it is.
You don't see the after because you guys got to see Jones and what's his name? After I saw that after fight, right? I was backstage. You said that was brutal, right? I didn't see Jones. I saw Gustus. I know. Talk about it. Wow. Sad. Very sad. It's sad because they're also trying to fight random people in Starbucks parking lots. Yeah. When it comes to doing it on camera, he's like, this is what it is. This is what it is. That is funny. They know firsthand how awful violence is fighting. And it's the damage from it. They've experienced it, and yet he still wants to fight an untrained barista. Or a guy that honked at him, security, or a security mask on, or the guy honked at Brennan's wife to go faster or something, and he was like, I was gonna kill that guy. This is what it is. He was gonna kill him, he was gonna snap Nate Diaz's neck off because they called him gay. It doesn't matter what you do. He's like, screw that. Yeah. You're always saying that. This slow Joe was selling her this right, supposed to be,
I guess that makes me a big old pussy.
I mean, no, wait a minute, let's see. Yeah. For sure. I don't know about the mouth part, that's kind of disturbing. You know what, I've always wondered what uncanny valley means. I don't know. So uncanny valley, great question. Thank you for asking. It's something about this, you can tell it's not human, right? That's what it means. Yeah. So it's that effect you get when you look at something you're like, wait, it's not human. My whole life I've wondered what it means. I don't know. Thank you. Uncanny valley. What? You still don't understand. Shop actually ain't going broke, just needs more land. Also addresses the T-Fat case lingo as stale. Posted by Not Yet. Have you ever seen this one? No? Okay, let's go.
Ask Jay and all that shit. What can you do? It's pretty creative looking that. But that was years ago, so they kind of updated. Richard, why are you selling your house in Austin? I'm City's getting out, man. I'm literally moving 2 blocks.
People get making fun of things you say from let's say 7 years ago. Yes. Would you be upset about that, or would you be would you say come on, guys, get new words, or would you be they're still talking about? Can I ask you a serious question now? What's it like? Violence? Oh, so you're talking about Okay. Hard to tell, honestly. I think that I definitely have it in me to be come on, guys, get a new thing. I feel like I've done things like that on this podcast where I'm oh, really? Yeah, it's so funny. You've already said that. Dolphin teeth, really? Yeah, exactly. Oh, they're so small. Actually, I measured them, and they are normal size too. My gums, I'm not sure, because I haven't measured my gums. But I have that in me. But I think, in truth, I crave attention so much that I've told this before. I told my friends, I honestly like being made fun of because I enjoy the attention, which is sick. Yeah, same here. Yeah, I think I would be happy somebody's making a song about me. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. This has been going on years. He's essentially Flappers, but we're way nicer than Flappers Comedy Club. I've not said any of the. I've said the most horrible things I could possibly think of. The other day I tweeted that you're allowed, or the club encourages you to yell fire. I did see that. You get a ball of fries if you yell fire. And I mean that they do. Allegedly. I think it'd be funny if we found out what storage unit they're in. Not like the storage unit, but the storage complex. Yeah. Right? And we get a storage unit in the same one. I don't like how your eyes rolled back when I said that. I love it. Oh my god, yes. Yeah, dude. And then we name it Flappers too. Or just have it. If we bought a fucking storage unit next to theirs, so funny. What do we put in it? Art and soul, dude. We put shop merch, but we make fun of it. Like we write these shirts and stupid. So we gotta figure it out, like Nathan for you status, where we know we have to like know when they're gonna be there, and we rent like the more expensive truck, more expensive Mexican ATVs, like all the stuff that he has, but better, and then we put it in there. You know, when they're seeing us, like come in. You know, and then they want to talk to us, and we're like, oh yeah, dude, we're into trucks, and we love the Fighter and the Kids, our favorite podcast. I wouldn't do this because not that I would do, but because I'm not, you know, there's no animosity really that I have to shop. I actually really like shop. However, I do think there'd be something funny about just completely, like, once it's all over, he's not, you know, even podcasting. We buy the Calabasas studio. We hire Nick. We hire all those people. We literally just do the show. And we, like, make fun of him still. We Alex Jones. Yeah, like, I saw that. I saw a little bit of that. I haven't really checked out the Heidecker thing with Alex Jones and how they like, made the InfoWars rainbow or something like that. And I have mixed feelings about that. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, it's gonna fall off, but I like it happening at once. Like, it's funny. Like, for a day, I'm like, oh, that's cool, and then you never watch it again. Yeah. But it's also, it's like, there's something, I don't know. I have to look into it more.
That social media, this isn't real.
Yeah, I've told everyone that you really like InfoWars. Yeah, I'm a big Alex Jones guy. It's just because, you know, he really helped me out when I was struggling. Helped me become the first guy with small team for the podcast. Yeah, he saw me. I was booked on a show once in Hollywood, and he saw me there. And he was like, "Hey, big fan," and I was like, "No, 1 second, Alex. I'm on stage right now." And then he saw the host say, like, "Oh, we don't have time for you today." I was like, "What?" And then Alex went, "Do puppy." He's like, "Do you know this guy?" Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I remember that like it was yesterday. Like it was last year. And you know, it's like he does a lot of things. Oh, he made up that thing about the, you know, and all that. It's like I get it. It'll kill me. At the end of the day, like I guess it's just me. I'm loyal to the phone. So, legitimately, I tell people that you are loyal to the phone. Yeah, and it's like I thought we were gonna fight. You know, I thought, what happened? Don't cry. But it's okay. It's not a sad thing, and it is what it is. You know what is a sad thing, dude? How often Brian or Brendan cries on his podcast? It's a lot of sad stuff. It's crazy, dude. Yeah. I just thought about that. He does this now, the whole, like, nothing's affected. Yeah, no, I don't care at all, but I'm, like, devastated. And Brian's like, he'll get it, but, like, and then Joe Rogan does that thing where he's like, you know, I mean, I don't pay attention to the news. It doesn't matter at all. But these fucking people making fun of me, it's like, it hurts my feelings. They're also full of shit. Of course it hurts your feelings. You're a human being. You don't like people making fun of you. Dude, being a Democrat or Republican, none of that makes sense. It's fucking whack. It's gay. What's that Trump? Yeah, too, yeah. I'm politically homeless. I don't know whether I'm a Democrat or Republican. I voted for Trump, and I'll vote for Trump. I just don't know where I stand politically. You know, they're not sick like us, though. I think maybe Sean is, which Rogan probably doesn't need the people talking about him as much, and it probably hurts his feelings. Which was just so
moving 2 blocks away for more land.
So yeah, he's addressing the whole like selling his house thing. So he's getting more land. Yeah, that's what happens. When you sell your house, sometimes it's because you want more land. What is it called? Occam's sharp edge or whatever? Sure. Occam's pencil. Occam's tool. Anything you say after Occam's that's not razor is hilarious. I said Occam's. You know Arkham? Occam's like Arkham. We'd be like Batman. You know Arkham's Batman. Arkham's pencil. Arkham's pencil. It sounds like a bad guy that's housed there. I don't want that. I'm the pencil. Batman. Keeps him. Goodbye, pencil. But Occam's razor, right? The easiest answer is probably the correct answer. That's struggle for money. He wishes he could afford a pencil. That was alright. I know this is totally out of course, but that was one of my favorite jokes. This was what Mike said once. He was like talking about how when you think about it, Batman is just a rich guy that beats up like mentally deranged poor people. And there'll be like a guy who's like, I'm the question mark, and then Batman punches him in the face. He falls over. That was so funny. I'm the question mark. I've never seen that. Arkham Sharp Blade.
Because when we first came here, we rushed into the house, and I didn't know the area. Now we know the area, and I just need more land, so we're just getting more land, like a lot more land.
This is telling everyone he's almost moving outside. In a way, you get more land because